Good morning. I'm Michael Jones. I'm the president of TMA BlueTech. I want to welcome you to day 4 of our 12th annual BlueTech Week. I missed 2 things really this year. It's been an amazing event up to date. I miss seeing all of you in person, sitting next to you at lunch, visiting with the exhibitors, having drinks together. And I hope that we can do that very soon, whether that's here in San Diego or when I can visit you. And the second thing that I'm really missing is our annual gala dinner. And usually yesterday would have ended, Wednesday would have ended with a gala dinner with 250 of your favorite friends, people networking, great speakers, a lot of fun. And it's really a shame that we didn't have that. So this afternoon, we're going to have an after-hours session. When we end at 12:45, we hope that all of you will be able to return and hang out with us from 12:45 to 1:45. People that you maybe have listened to in the course of the last couple of days and today, you'll be able to talk to. So again, 12:45 to 1:45, we'll have an after-hour hangout together. I want to do a general recap before I introduce our keynote today, who is an amazing speaker and really an amazing man. So on day 1, I should say we've had, as of this morning, 650 attendees have signed up from 37 countries, and I think we were 580 on Monday, so it's continually grown, and to some extent that's because you have been telling your friends that they ought to come and participate. We have 300 moderators, speakers, and panelists, 70 keynotes, panels, and roundtables. And of course, we're bringing together a very diverse group from all around the world to bring aqua optimism to life at BlueTech Week. Well, the last 3 days, we've talked about bringing together ocean and water. How do we collaborate nationally, internationally? How do we support science-based approaches to challenges and create the solutions we need? On day 1, we had our annual BlueTech cluster convening. It was the 6th time we've done that. And we had people from all around the world on Monday from 7:30 in the morning to 12:30. And in the afternoon, we reached out to our colleagues, the clusters that are forming in Asia Pacific, and had 4 countries, of course, plus ourselves, talking about ways to work together, which we brought back on Wednesday in another way. On Tuesday, we had 2 tracks or 2 sessions. One was on applied ocean sciences, starting with Dr. James Green, the chief scientist of NASA, talking about the intersection of the space economy and the blue economy, which is critically important as we gather enormous amounts of data, and the more we want it real time. And it showed academia, industry, and government coming together in panel after panel. It was really a wonderful day. And running simultaneous, which made it very hard for me because they were both look so great, we had the Workforce of Tomorrow, which we do every year. And we started with Jim Delgado, who is the Senior Vice President at Search, Inc. But before that, Jim was the head of underwater archaeology for NOAA, an amazing man who talked about storytelling and audacious thinking for ocean exploration, and how NOAA and NASA need to work together, and citizen scientists, a very inspiring talk. And then a number of panels talking about education, workforce development, including one talking about the new BlueTech Aqua Optimism curriculum that our TMA Foundation funded and will be available for use around the world. On day 3, we started with John Bell, the Director of Healthy Planet from the European Commission. And if you have not read the Mission Starfish report, it's one of the best government documents I've ever seen, written by an outside group that were brought together for DG research, and it will impact the way that they are looking at the future. In particular, the discussion of bringing ocean and water together into a policy from 2022 to 2030 in the European Union. They don't segregate water on one side and ocean on the other. They basically are looking at an entire cycle of water. And the ocean mission Starfish is one of 5 moonshot-like missions. In the mission Starfish, they're also talking about an EU-wide ocean and water agency, again, bringing these two vital portions of freshwater and saltwater together. And after that, we had great panels and tracks on robotics and sensors, offshore energy, aquaculture, water. Amazing speakers. It was impossible to watch all of them, but I must say I learned so much. A couple of announcements. First of all, we could not do this without you, our attendees, without you, our speakers, without you, our exhibitors, and particularly you, our sponsors. Thanks to the IUS program, Integrated Ocean Observing System, which I think has sponsored BlueTech Week for, I think, the 7th year. OceanPact from Brazil, that's one of our great members. And Flavio, thank you very much for all your support. The Port of San Diego, and to all of our sponsors that I don't have time to go through, we really thank you. All panels can be accessed via the agenda on Whova, and I hope I whetted your appetite. Because of the various panels, I'm going to go back and look at as many as I can. And yesterday I was visiting the various exhibitors because there's amazing videos and things to learn in every single one. Please start using the Q&A before and during sessions, but also after the sessions. If we get questions, we can share them with the speakers, and hopefully, and for 6 months afterwards, for everybody that's registered, you will be able to access the Q&A. Again, please join us for after hours that will start at 12:45. Look on your agenda. The information is there, how to get in, and we look forward to talking with you. So without any further ado, I'd like to introduce our keynote speaker, Vice Admiral Charles Ray. I'm not going to read his bio because that takes too much time, and it's a very long bio for such a distinguished gentleman. I will say that he has pre-recorded his remarks, and afterwards, we're really honored to have 2 of his senior colleagues, Captain Tim Brown, the Chief of the Office of Law Enforcement for the U.S. Coast Guard, and Wendy Chavez, the Chief of the Office of Research, Development, Test and Evaluation and Innovation for the U.S. Coast Guard, will be with us to answer your questions. So start putting your questions down right now because you've got 2 of the very best who will be with us. Vice Admiral Charles Ray assumed his duties as the 31st Vice Commandant on May 24th, 2018. As the Vice Service Chief and Chief Operating Officer of the U.S. Coast Guard, Admiral Ray executes the Commandant's strategic intent, manages internal organizational governance, and serves as the component acquisition executive. And we all know how important the COO is to make things happen the way the COO wants them to happen. His previous flag assignments are varied. I want to call out one, which was when he was the Pacific Area Commander up in Alameda, California. He and I were both honored, I was honored, to be a speaker at the Naval War College. Oh gosh, probably 6 years ago in Rhode Island. And I was a keynote in the morning and he was the keynote at the dinner before, and they were nice enough to seat us together. And we talked and I explained what TMA BlueTech was doing, and he got very interested. He's a great speaker. I think you'll enjoy it. He then came down to San Diego at my invitation, and we set him up with 12 companies that explained what they were doing. And he brought a team with him, and he said he'd never done that before. You know, and I have nothing but respect for a person who wants to learn, who wants to experience new things. And I think that speaks volumes about having a person like Vice Admiral Charlie Ray as the Vice Commandant of the Coast Guard. So Charlie, I'm sorry you can't be with us. I know you accepted back in February before COVID hit, and I know lots has gone on, including your own concern about getting COVID. We thank you for being with us, and thank you for arranging for two of your colleagues to be with us to answer the questions. If we could please roll the video with Vice Admiral Charles Ray.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Admiral Charlie Ray, Vice Commandant of the Coast Guard, and I want to thank you for inviting me to be here to participate in today's event. I'll be followed at the question and answer session supported by Captain Tim Brown and Miss Wendy Chavez to answer your questions. So please prepare for those, and they'll be able to go in depth on anything we talk about today. I want to start off by thanking Mr. Michael Jones, the founder of the TMA BlueTech, for 14 years of service bringing together academia, government, and industry to collaborate and work together to solve the challenges that we have in the maritime domain and to bring the best of all three of these elements together so we can work together. What I thought I'd do today is lay out a little bit of the Coast Guard's plans to advance innovation in the BlueTech arena, and then kind of educate the audience on the Coast Guard's missions and concept of operations so you can see how these two fit together. Our Coast Guard strategic plan, or the framework that we operate in, regardless of the operational environment we're in, talks about three things. One is to maximize readiness, both today and tomorrow, and the steps we need to take to advance that. The other is ensure that our service has the ability to address the nation's complex maritime challenges. And then finally, we want to be able to deliver mission excellence anywhere, anytime, from today until over the horizon. And what I've found in working with the BlueTech community over the past few years is that you are a key enabler. As we look to work smarter, as we look to leverage technology, you are the group that will allow us to do that. And we've started to advance our efforts in innovation. We have we've got an Innovation Express, Ideal Express. It's got, last I checked this morning, over 3,000 ideal submissions that we get a chance to work through. We commissioned a BlueTech Center of Expertise at the Scripps Institutes, and we've got Ms. Jennifer Bowen and Dr. Peter Vandeventer representing us there as liaisons with industry. And they're getting off to a great start, having engaged with over 150 different entities. We've started an executive steering group in our service, specifically at the senior levels of the service, the 3-star level. Our Deputy Commandant for Operations, Vice Admiral Scott Bushman, and our Deputy Commandant for Mission Support, Vice Admiral Mike McAllister. They are steering our innovation experts and identifying research priorities for our service. As you all are aware, our Coast Guard has limited capacity to address a new technique, so we really want to make sure that our resources are focused on the right things for the service moving forward to address our strategic priorities. And so just to kind of recap those prioritizations, one is we need to make better use of the data we've got. We need to learn better how to employ artificial intelligence, machine learning, and just advanced data analytics. We collect, as no surprise, we collect a lot of data when it comes to our enforcement efforts, when it comes to our regulatory efforts, and we need to do a better job of using that data, turning that data information that will drive operations. The other thing that we've got to do a better job at is, quite frankly, making our workforce access to that data more mobile. Whether it's a recruiter trying to bring people into the Coast Guard, or whether it's a marine inspector working at a shipyard, or whether it's a boarding officer on the high seas, we've got to do a better job of placing the enterprise data at their hands so they can use. In a similar fashion, we've got to advance, and we've been working on this for several years with some of our DHS Centers of Excellence, but we've really got to start getting further down the road with regards to autonomous systems, whether they be undersea autonomous systems, aerial autonomous systems. We could just do a better job of expanding our horizons, if you will, increasing our maritime domain awareness using automated systems. And then likewise, we need to increase the resiliency we have as we operate in degraded environments, whether it's because of natural disasters or any other scenario, a better job of increasing the resiliency of our information systems. And then, as with all operating organizations who operate over the horizon, away from the continental United States or away from landmass, we need better communications, more reliable communications of all forms in the South Pacific and certainly in the polar regions. there's a lot there, so there's a lot of things that we've got on, so I know that I just want to lay that out there for you. With regards to the Coast Guard as an organization, we are unique in the United States for sure, and fairly unique with regards to the other Coast Guards and Navies of the world, in that we're at all times a military armed force, a law enforcement agency, and a regulatory authority. We got 42,000 active duty women and men, another 6,100 reserves, and about 8,000 civilians, all pulled together to make our Coast Guard. And we operate under several authorities. The point is, we have authorities are the coin of the realm when it comes to Coast Guard missions, and we have a unique combination of authorities. And when you lay that alongside our ability, because of the spread of mission sets, to work in partnership with other government agencies, state, local, federal, international, and really I want to emphasize on that when it comes to the blue tech and blue economy, our ability to work with other nations, it really sets the Coast Guard aside. We have over 60 bilateral agreements for everything from fisheries enforcement to drug enforcements to illegal immigration, and we leverage those. And we would like to have technology assist us, shareable technology, of course, that we can work with these other government agencies. And to great effect, I would say. We have been working with South America. You know that law enforcement, particularly drug enforcement, has been in the Coast Guard's portfolio for many years. And we have trained, equipped, and worked with multiple countries in Central and South America, to the point now where of all the drugs intercepted in the transit zone a given year, they account for about half of those. And that's because of the information sharing that we're able to do. It's because of the work that we do with them in partnerships, and of course their own dedication to the mission. The Coast Guard has been a leader in living marine resource protection since the earliest days of our service. I think the most kind of defining moment is when we acquired Alaska from the Russians in the late 1800s. That was one of our first missions up there in 1870, was go up and enforce protection of marine mammals and fisheries from the previous owners of the Alaska Territory, and from all who would go up there and take advantage of those stocks. And you all understand the significance of the IUU fishing challenge on the high seas, on the Great Commons. The estimates are that 30% of the fish that are consumed worldwide are in some fashion harvested by IUU practices. IUU fishing, we believe, the reason that this is an increasing influence and the reason that we need to apply the technology that you all bring to the fight is that it degrades the sovereignty of nations. It cuts into their economic security, and it overall weakens rules-based order. And the Coast Guard is invested in preventing that, or in doing our job to diminish the impact of IUU fishing. And be quite frank, there are people who fish far from their shores. China has the largest deepwater fishing fleet in the world. Some estimates greater than 5,000 vessels. And they have the ability to reach out and engage in fishing activity in the exclusive economic zones of over 42 countries. And so they are certainly one that we work with other nations in the world to ensure that we do our best to ensure that they stay within boundaries, because of the modern technology used in modern fisheries can deplete a resource base in really a relatively short time, as we've seen in places in the world. Another thing that we focus on is ensuring that people are doing what they say they are authorized to do. We've seen cases where there are illegal retributions with regards to, or illegal donations, if you will, from nations of the world that allow them to illegally fish in the waters of a sovereign state. And we are focused on enabling and helping our partner nations in preventing that. So we implemented this past spring our strategic outlook for IUU fishing, and we are very proud of that focus that has given to our service, and how it has focused us on our partnerships and working with the nations of the world. Just recently, you may have seen it was an open source where Coast Guard Cutter Bertolf worked off the Galapagos Islands, certainly one of the most precious natural resource places on the planet, and to work with the Ecuadorians to protect that against a distant water fishing fleet that was really just hovering on the outside of their exclusive economic zone. So these are the mission sets that I think are most enabled by the blue technology. I will tell you that we continue with our Coast Guard Research and Development Center to mine the best of the ideas that we receive from these engagements such as this, and to attempt to apply them towards the mission sets we have. And so I thank you for your engagement in this forum. I thank you for the ideas that you bring to the Coast Guard. Rest assured, we will employ them, some of them, in the prosecution of our duties. And then finally, I'll just tell you, it's one of the things when we talk about partnerships, we are very proud of some of the multilateral organizations that we have had a chance to really lead in the world. We have a North Pacific Coast Guard Forum that includes, and you might be surprised, China, Russia, Canada, Korea, Japan, and ourselves. And in spite of the peaks and valleys of our ability to cooperate, our ability to work together, what we have done collectively over the last 20 years is practically eliminated the scourge of illegal high seas drift net fishing in the northern Pacific Ocean. Partnerships that you facilitate through these conferences and engagements with industry, academia, and across governments have the potential for broad success. And so I thank you for what you do to contribute to rules-based order, what you contribute to our ability to have awareness of what's happening in the maritime domain, and our ability to execute our authorities as a law enforcement and regulatory agency. Thank you, and have a great day.
So, Captain Brown and Wendy, I hope you will give our appreciation to the Vice Commandant. His taking the time to speak to us today. He is such a wonderful speaker, and I'm really thankful. What I'd like to do is I'm going to go off in a minute and leave this up to the two of you. But Wendy, you and I met when I testified at the House Subcommittee on Coast Guard and Maritime Transportation, and one of the ideas that I put forward was carried forward into law. And maybe I could ask you to start by talking about the the Coast Guard Blue Technology Center of Expertise. Just to get us started. Thank you very much to both of you for your Q&A, and I'm going to leave you, and I'll come back if we need some more questions, but I think there'll be lots of questions from the field as well. Thanks.
Okay, great. Can everybody hear me? Okay, great. Thank you for that introduction, and we'll certainly pass our regards to the Vice Commandant. Appreciate that. The Blue Technology Center of Expertise, like the Admiral mentioned, we do actually have Jennifer and Peter on the line as well, who can introduce themselves via the chat. But we have established this entity, essentially it's a tech scouting entity for us. So their job is to meet with all of you in industry, find out what great technologies you have, see if some of those technologies can help advance the Coast Guard from a technological standpoint, make our missions more efficient, and address some of the gaps and challenges that we have. At the same time, their job is to educate and help industry understand what some of the gaps and challenges are, so that you can keep those in mind as you're developing your products. They do internally to the Coast Guard publish a number of things to help socialize some of these technologies. They publish a BlueTech Watch newsletter, and they do host seminars from time to time so that Coast Guard members can learn more about your technologies. So there is a email, bluetech@uscg.mil, if you have any questions or if you want to get in touch with the BlueTech Center of Expertise. But when we're not in COVID, they are co-located, and we have partnered with Scripps Institution of Oceanography, and so that is where we're located, and it's a great partnership. So thank you.
Oh, sure. Well, Michael, thank you very much for the introduction. And yeah, really engaging speaker is Admiral Ray. So really happy to have him speak on this topic for us and introduce it. And look forward to the dialogue here. This is one of those mission spaces, IUU, illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing, where we're trying to get after around the world. And technology we recognize is going to be key to our success, and information sharing and data mining and all the things that we need to do better than what we're doing right now if we're really going to get after this mission set. So we look forward to this dialogue, and I hope we can offer some encouraging words, and we can offer some opportunities to work together. So thank you. Sure. So I think maybe I'll take this one first, Wendy. Do we have cooperation from other nations about trying to solve this problem in international waters? Absolutely. Admiral Ray spoke about some of those areas of cooperation in the North Pacific. We cannot go this alone. So we recognize we don't have the resources, the U.S. Coast Guard, the United States, even writ large, to be the world's police force. So this is absolutely about engaging with like-minded partners around the world and encouraging them and helping develop their own capabilities. And then additionally, just to speak very quickly about international law, I mean, when we're operating on the high seas, which is beyond any nation's jurisdiction, we only have authority to operate out there when we get cooperation from other nations. So countries will come together in regional fisheries management organizations and will agree, will cede some of their own power over their own vessels to each other, so that we can collectively enforce and make sure that there is rule of law out there on the water. So absolutely great cooperation ongoing. Admiral Ray talked about the Ecuador experience that just off the Galapagos, and it was pretty widely covered in the news. And that was us patrolling alongside the Ecuadorian patrol vessel Cristobal and our two warships, law enforcement vessels patrolling in concert and working together, sharing information. That's the type of thing that happens not on a daily basis, because we don't have the ability to be out there every day, but on a regular basis. Thank you. All right.
Yeah.
Wendy, you want to take it?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so we do have research priorities. Each year, we get guidance from our senior leadership on what our research priorities are. So right now, we're building our FY22 portfolio. And some of those research priorities are things like autonomous systems, human-machine teaming, C5I capabilities. Let's see, I've written them down here. Advanced computing capabilities, mobility and resilience, safety and security. So we take these research priorities and use them as strategic guidance when we're building our portfolio. Now, having said that, are there any funding opportunities? I would like to talk about a few that we have open right now. We work very closely with DHS Science and Technology Directorate. They have some authorities that we don't have, and they also have more robust funding. And so there's three opportunities that I would like to bring up. We have currently, right now, through the Silicon Valley Innovation Program, an opportunity for a handheld language translator that you can submit on. We also have one through that same program for a mobile object tracking technology, so that when we have things in the maritime environment in the water that we need to mark and come back to, we can find them. And then most recently, the DHS S&T Small Business Innovation Research Program just released a pre-solicitation for an XTV asset. So this is something that we can use that can transit on land, ice, water, snow, And we don't need different assets for the different environments. We can do it all on one asset. So I would encourage you to look at the DHS S&T SBIR website, as well as the Silicon Valley Innovation Program sites for some of these opportunities. I'll take this.
Yep.
I just, that Silicon Valley Innovation Program and SBIR program are perfect for startups. The best bet is to contact the BlueTech COE at bluetech@uscg.mil, and so we can get familiar with what your technology is and what you're developing. We also have just recently stood up a presence at the DoD's Defense Innovation Unit, and I know that they're looking at taking commercial technologies, using their authorities to test and acquire them rapidly as well. So if you're involved with the DoD DIU, we can certainly get involved and learn more about your products in that regard as well.
And maybe I could just add a couple points to foot stomp or highlight kind of some of what Wendy was talking about. This is a really important engagement for me too, because I just hear what you all bring to the table and hear about some of the things ongoing. But a language translator or a mobile object tracking technology that Wendy talked about that are in development now, and we're trying to bring those out to the field. I mean, a language translator, we talk about what we're doing in this mission space with regard to IUU, illegal, unregulated, unreported fishing. You go out there and you are on patrol on the high seas looking for distant water fishing fleet that you might interact with. One day you might be interacting with a Chinese flagged vessel crewed largely by Chinese, but also Indonesian crew members or Thailand folks. So you don't know what language you're going to be walking into in terms of needing on board that vessel boarding, and the next day you might be engaging with the Ecuadorians or Costa Rica Coast Guard or some other partner nation. So we have to speak multiple different languages in this one mission space to be effective in a very short period of time. And I can tell you we have very few translators trained in the Coast Guard. So a tool like that can really enable our operations. And then the other one, a mobile object tracking technology. We also patrol in some of those same waters for counter-drug mission. I can tell you that the Eastern Pacific threat area is about the size of the continental United States. So when you think about patrolling an area the size of the continental United States with probably about that many Coast Guard cutters, a handful of Coast Guard cutters at one time, and you're going to try to spread them out wherever you need them, knowing that you must have technology, intelligence, information, all the above to put us in the right place. When we get there, we need to be really effective. So when we get on overhead and all of a sudden we do something that forces maybe a jettison, they throw their contraband over the side, it would be really great to have a tool that will bring us back there when we get done the chase and when we get done the interdiction. Because bringing that evidence to court is a lot better than just bringing a video or a statement from a boarding officer and the boat driver in the case. So those are two ways in which your technology and what you're developing can enable our operations and help our U.S. Coast Guard and our government efforts. Thank you. This one's for you too.
I'll take this next question. Yes, certainly. There's a reason why the Center of Expertise is there in San Diego at Scripps. There is a big innovation ecosystem there in the San Diego area. And certainly the BlueTech members are looking to get involved and learn more about what's going on in that area. There's a lot to potentially leverage. And so I would encourage you to reach out. Okay, so do you have to be a U.S. company? I think that is specific to each particular opportunity. There are some opportunities I know that are constrained to just U.S. companies, but for the purposes of learning more about your technology and what you can bring to the table, we're certainly open to looking at international companies as well. Sure, it's BlueTech at USCG, so that would be like United States Coast Guard .mil, USCG. Go ahead, Captain.
Okay, thanks. I really enjoyed this. I can't believe the time is almost up. I would encourage you to go to our website, www.uscg.mil/IUU fishing, if you'd like to learn more about our IUU fishing strategic outlook. And then I would just offer this mission specifically, and that's why the Vice chose to talk about it, is really important for us from a national security perspective, from just a global economic and food security perspective. It's one that the interagency and our international partners are very excited about. So it's an area with great interest and I think development opportunities for you. And I would just say what makes it so difficult and so challenging is that we need to find a needle in a haystack, because fishing on the high seas is not illegal, but we're looking for a very specific target set within those fishing vessels. So if you can help us find it, we need your help. So thank you very much.
Great, thanks. And I will close by just saying the biggest need right now for the Coast Guard is maritime domain awareness. And I think that is part of the IUU solution too. But when it comes to maritime domain awareness, there's also that data analytics piece to it, because as we get our more eyes and ears out there with sensors, whether they be unmanned systems, CubeSats, or whatever, we need to have the ability to take that information and make quick decisions with it. And so we have to be able to process that, whether it be artificial intelligence, machine learning, data analytics, and those sorts of things. So that all falls into the realm of maritime domain awareness for us, and are areas that we're looking for solutions. And with that, thank you very much, and appreciate all the questions and the opportunity.
All right. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for attending. My name is Zach Birmingham. I will be your host today for this morning's panel on smart and green ports. We talk about a variety of technologies in the ports and maritime sector. Smart technology, green technology, blue technology. It can be hard to keep up. However, to put it simply, the common denominator is efficiency. As the world gets smaller, we need to optimize our operations to be better coordinated and more sustainable. Technology can help us get there, but understanding the industry trends and the right investments can be daunting. With us today to talk about the latest in this fascinating part of the industry are a panel of 6 leaders in their fields. By way of introduction in alphabetical order, we have Graham Howe, Director of Business Development at ION, Evan Husby, Head of Environment at Port of Bergen, Rafael Ponce, Global Maritime Executive Consultant at Esri, Stephen Shafer, Principal of Economics and Policy at the Port of San Diego, Jennifer States, Director for the Blue Economy at DNVGL, and Jacob Thorson from the National Renewable Energies Laboratory. Each of our panelists will give a short presentation followed by some time for Q&A. I think we've all become pretty savvy with the virtual format at this point, but I would encourage you to use the chat feature for any questions that might come up during the presentations. So without further delay, we'll go ahead and start with you, Graham.
My apologies. Always off for a good start. Good day, everybody. Can we move through to the next slide, please? ION are a TMA BlueTech member, board member. We're a Houston-based specialist in complex maritime operations, and I'm the Business Development Director with accountability for our Smart Port initiative. And what I want to do today is cover just a couple of the items that are a sign of digitalization in the port sector that's underway at the moment. Can we move to the next slide, please? Okay, at the moment we're seeing 2 broad distinctions in ports. The large-scale container ports are beginning to implement systems, or are very deeply implementing systems, based on the sharing of information via electronic data interchange and supporting just-in-time shipping. These ports are the market leaders in digitalization, and what we're seeing coming up next is an enhancement over EDI, which is about a decade-old technology, as we move into kind of blockchain supporting work in order to be able to keep large containers flowing around the world effectively. On the other side, we've got small and mixed-use ports that are utilizing a wide range of solutions, and they're addressing a very broad range of needs. There's no one-size-fits-all solution. It really does depend on the mix of what the port is supplying to its local community. So based on that kind of breakdown, where do we see digitalization going next? Well, standards and systems are now becoming accepted. I've just put up the International Port Call Optimization Task Force, Digital Container Shipping Association, TradeLens. They're all signs of a consolidation in the sector around very high-level standards that dictate container movements around the world. Now, the standards relating to these large systems will over time trickle down to the medium and small ports. But what we're finding at the moment is medium and small ports needing guidance and support to understand this changing landscape and the tools that are available to them. So basically, these guys are looking for support. They often don't have the capacity to stay ahead of all the market developments, and assistance is what they're after. So as this is a green event, we're looking at the green implications of digitalization. Well, the first thing is emissions. The primary thing we're talking about really with ports is emissions and their impact upon the environment. And as far as we're concerned, all ports require data in order to be able to make the appropriate emissions decisions. So digitalization is critical. Little point we've got here for large ports, a piece of data I saw last week, up to 5% of all vessels shipping around the world have to wait outside a port before berthing. So obviously there's emissions implications of the fuel burning occurring there. And finally, what we're looking at for the small and medium ports is the requirement for digital tools that enable them to understand their operations better and help them optimize those operations to cut down on inefficiencies and to cut down on waiting time in the port. So a very, very broad brush discussion there and a number of points being raised, but basically that's where we see digitalization in ports as it stands to date. And on that note, Zach, I'll be able to hand back to you and on to the next of my colleagues.
All right, wonderful. Thank you, Graham. Next up, we have Evan Husby from Port of Bergen.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Greetings from snowy Bergen in Norway. I'm going to talk about how we assess the environmental impact of ships in port and how this links to the way we deal with environmental differentiated port use at the Port of Bergen. I also would then like to give you a glimpse of the solution we are using, which is actually employed by 16 cruise ports today. Next slide. So I'm just jumping into some sort of pictures from the user interface of this solution. The point is that we have developed a reporting system for ships visiting the port, where we get a very good overview of all the emissions to air and the energy consumptions of the ships. We are focused on the actual emissions. We are not doing some sort of an assessment based on the technical capabilities of the ships, which you typically tend to do. And this is linked to the reporting of the ships when they are leaving the port. We have been running this in 2019, also 2020, but not so many ships this year. 2019, we documented 685 cruise ship calls. And the system has been very well received by both ports and the ship crew. Then. Next slide, please. So briefly, how does this work? Yeah, the ship report into our system upon departure. Actually, this can also be an automatic type of integration towards the ship owner digital systems. Currently, it's a web-based type of reporting. Then the data arrives in the API database, which currently is hosted by DNVGL, and then the data goes through a quality control before it arrives at the port's desktop, I should say, and then they can utilize the data for environmental accounting. And also, the system is compiling or pulling together an index, a score of the ship's environmental performance. This is a statement which says something about improvement while in port. There is a baseline here, for instance, NOx tier 1, SOx 0.1% sulfur. And this is, then we say, how much is your improvement regarding emission while you're staying at the port? So if they are running their systems in a good way, if they are using cleaner fuels, etc., it will give you an improved score then. And this is then linked to the incentive systems we are running. Next slide, please. Just click one more, please. Yeah, click 2, 3 times. We are one more time. Thank you. What we are doing is that we are actually developing this as a joint project among the cruise ports. So today we are 16 ports which are running the system. We are running it through a company where the ports are the shareholders, and we are interested in getting more ports on board. So if you find this interesting, please contact me. We're also looking into how we can improve the methodology, not just emissions to air, but maybe effluents to sea, how scrubber system works, etc. There are a lot of opportunities here which we are looking into. And also several types of ships. We've so far done cruise ships, and then we're moving on to doing other classes of ships this winter then. Next slide, please. Is it useful? Actually, it is. We're actually very happy with the way it works, because if you look at the graph on the top, the green bar represents the potential for improvement for the ship based on the assessment we are doing. So if they do the right thing while they're at quay, they can actually it can actually mean a lot in terms of the emission impact on the city. And what we also see is that there have, throughout the 2019 season, there was an improvement from the 1st to the 15th call on average, which was reasonably good. This improvement links to better fuels, better way of running your cleaning systems, etc. So, next slide. What motivates is the question. How do you make those systems efficient? And of course, the calculation example here shows that this will be interesting for the ship owner to do something in relation to. If you can save $15,000, you are doing whatever you can to achieve this. So we think fees matters, but also the fact that we have made a simple solution which is used in all ports is also a good contribution to having this accepted by the ship owners. Next slide. So in terms of recommendations from the work we are doing on a general basis, we are quite strongly supporting the polluter pay principle regarding bonus systems or bonus malus systems. And we also think those incentive schemes must focus on operational improvement. Thanks. I think, or you can take the next slide, and thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Evan. Next up, we have Rafael Ponce from Global Maritime Consultant for Esri.
Thank you, Zach. Yes, well, I will talk about what the main considerations to become a digitized port and achieve the status of digital twin. Next, please. Some of the main challenges in ports, of course, the pandemic these days, some fluctuations in the demands and the logistic chains, older infrastructure and the usage change. There is always this corporate management risk, and of course, the many ports in the world are trying to achieve the status of green ports. Next, please. And some key aspects to achieve an operational advantage in ports are, of course, the strategic asset management of all the assets in the port, to get a smart infrastructure with sensors that can monitor every aspect of the port dynamically in real time. The optimization of the modal transportation, the intermodal and multimodal transportation that allows an uninterrupted logistic chain, and the integration of other systems in the organization, like for example, SAP or SharePoint or any other type of system that can be integrated together that and can be used combined for the operational aspects of the port. Next, please. And just a very simple example of what a digital twin is in the digitalization process. And I apologize if this is too simple for some people, but just to give a very quick and easy example of it, we have in this case a glass of water on a table, and the digital twin of this is just this table with the parameter descriptions and the values assigned to that object and localization of that object which is on the table. Next slide, please. And we add to this positional and descriptive situation of the object, the timestamp in time in terms of real time, historical time, and also being able to forecast for that particular object. Next, please. So what are the main considerations for a port to plan to make what we call a geospatial strategy to become digitized and create our digital twin? Well, port community systems for collaboration is critical, is very important. Some initiatives like the IMO sea traffic management is part of e-navigation for the coordination, the standards to have a common language that everybody can share data and information the same way. And in this case, Port CDM, the Port Collaboration Decision Making Council, is important, and other concepts to enable these products and services to everybody, like the concept of the single window for that easy access. And that will also enable operations in just in time, which are meant to make it more sustainable or reduce the emissions and make the ports greener. Next, please. So I will very briefly describe these aspects that I just mentioned. So the port community system is the platform which is used to connect multiple organizations, multiple people that participate in all the different activities in the port. And in Esri, we consider that GIS can play the role of the nervous system of a port community system to make that information flows smoothly and arrives to the right people at the right time for decision-making purposes. Next, please. I mentioned sea traffic management as a part of the e-navigation concept of IMO, and this is just a way to standardize the information exchange in real time. And you can see here at the bottom of the of this slide some of the STM services to coordinate the routing, the optimizing of the routing, the exchange of information between ships sailing, and then something very important when the ship is getting closer to the port, to synchronize that arrival and make the port calls in time and all the information that needs to flow from ship to shore and from shore to ship to make it more efficient. Next, please. Standards. Standards are very important, and here I'm mentioning one example of one of the, I think, will be one of the most critical standards in the maritime industry, and that's the S100 Universal Hydrographic Data Model. And that's because this standard, although it's being developed by the International Hydrographic Organization, it has different domains, and there is a particular domain that belongs to IALA, the International Association of Lighthouses Authorities, and they have developed standards that are specifically designed for optimizing port calls. So that's, I think, one of the most important aspects to make it work around the world. Next, please. So in that sense, the Port CDM Council has developed recently the standard S211 based on the S100 Universal Hydrographic Data Model, and is focused on the three phases: the arrival of the ship to the port, the port visit, and the departure of the port, having as contextual information the pre-arrival and the post-departure. And this standard was just approved, I think was in March of this year, so it's brand new. Next slide, please. Pardon me? Sure. And yeah, and lastly, the single window is a concept that allows people to get the services that they require and the services providers to provide those services. Next, please. The just-in-time concept is just, instead of going full speed and stay at anchor before you have a space on the port, is to reduce to the optimal speed so the ship arrives straight to the port area, to the port where, or the section where they are going to tie alongside. Next, please. So in order to establish a geospatial strategy and get the status of the digital twin for the organization, we have to consider those aspects that I just mentioned, the port community systems, port CDM and standards, the single window concept to allow services and to provide the just-in-time capabilities. Services like the sea traffic management are very important. And of course, all based on a common framework, which is in this case, the S100 standard. Next, please. And that's it. If we can make it work, the outcomes of the achieving the digital twin would be more safety and security, more efficiency, more productivity, and that would end up to be more competitive for the port. Next, please. And I think that's my last one. Yeah. And we consider in Esri that GIS helps in interconnecting the port community and establishing that nervous system for integrating and transforming the port community. Next, please. And that's it. Thank you very much.
All right, wonderful. Next up, we have Stephen Shafer, Principal for Economics and Policy at the Port of San Diego.
Thank you, Zach. You know, Zach and I work closely together, and Zach does a lot inside the gate, working with the Maritime folks, and I tend to do more outside the gate. And at the Port of San Diego, one of the biggest concerns we have with emissions are our partners in the trucking community that visit the terminals. And this project is a way that we collaborated throughout the region to try to reduce those emissions and impacts on the communities really just across the street from our terminals. Could we go to the next slide? This is a picture of two maps. This is Harbor Drive. This is the street that really connects the two terminals controlled by the Port of San Diego. In between is the largest naval base on the west coast of the United States, as well as several shipyards. All are major employers, all are super important to the region, but all generate a lot of traffic for the local community, which the local community understandably just doesn't love. We worked with the City of San Diego, the City of National City, our regional MPO called SANDAG, and the California State Department of Transportation called Caltrans to develop this idea to really use ITS to reduce those traffic impacts. Can we go to the next slide? I throw this up here quickly because growing up in transportation and freight transportation, to me, intermodal or multimodal meant ports, trains, and trucks. To our partners, it doesn't mean that. It probably means more transit and active transportation, maybe intelligent transportation systems. But working with these partner marines, we really have to broaden our idea of multimodal and our priorities to include safety and really these other modes that aren't so important inside the port gates. Could we go to the next slide? This is a picture of Harbor Drive now. It definitely looks like a road next to an industrial area. This is directly adjacent to our marine terminal. You can see the Coronado Bridge. In the background, we have really an emphasis here you can see on freight rail. There is a trolley track there. You don't see the trolley. And then you can see the rail yard and our terminal on the far right. Could we go to the next slide? This is our idea for a redefined Harbor Drive. Could you click one more time? We have a dedicated truck lane in the median. We think it could be used for trucks and really transit, buses and shuttles run by the shipyards. It's controlled through variable signage you can see there in the middle. We do all this without taking any right-of-way, so the project idea is actually quite inexpensive for a transportation project. We also are accommodating multimodal improvements through a Bayshore bikeway, which is that kind of dedicated bike path on the far right. The idea is that the variable signage would allow us also to do truck lanes on the side of the road where we don't have room for truck lanes during non-peak time, so trucks would be directed. And one of the biggest concerns we have with trucks, I think many ports, our truckers don't necessarily visit often, especially at a mid-sized port like the Port of San Diego. And so this variable signage really lets us do active truck management for people who might not know San Diego or Harbor Drive very well. Could you click one more time? And that is the picture of the dedicated truck lane, or the lane that can switch between dedicated truck and non-dedicated truck at certain times of day. We also think the variable signage is important because this is you know, in the event of flooding or other things, we might want to actively direct people out of the area, and the variable signage could be used for that as well. Can we go to the next slide? This is on the southern end of Harbor Drive near a railroad terminal. You can see here there are less residences, there's a little bit more right-of-way. So we do just a little bit of beautification, still have the bike path, still have the variable signage, still have the freight rail, don't have the trolley. So it is a pretty cool project. The thing I would point out in both cases, this right-of-way does not belong to the port, it belongs to the cities. The ITS would probably be managed by our Metropolitan Planning Organization. And so it really was, not only is it important to collaborate so that our ideas are heard, but it's important because we don't have the authority or the ability to implement these ideas on our own. Could you click one more time? I think that'll show the lane, the dedicated truck lane there. And could you click one more time for my last slide? Yeah, thank you. One more time. And this is just an estimation of the travel time savings that would be achieved through this project. I don't emphasize it here, but there are also improvements to how the Navy base is accessed. They do have about 20 to 30,000 commuters accessing the base in the mornings every day. So that's definitely another challenge for traffic that our implementation of ITS can improve and make better for the residences. And overall, we're excited about this project. Our partners are excited, and we are seeking grant opportunities to pay for it. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Stephen. Next up, we have Jennifer States, Director for the Blue Economy at DNVGL. Take it away, Jennifer.
All right, can you hear me okay? Very good. Well, thank you. As was mentioned, I am the Director for Blue Economy at DNVGL. This means I work across our globally diverse company, cutting across both our energy and our maritime sectors. I wear two hats, though. I also am the Project Director for Washington Maritime Blue. This is the cluster organization in Washington that's working in collaboration across industry, government, community organizations, and research organizations to implement maritime decarbonization as part of the state strategy for the blue economy. For Washington Maritime Blue, I lead what we call joint innovation projects under Blue Forward. These include zero-emission vessels and shore power, among others. At the intersection of land and sea, ports can play a pivotal role in decarbonization and the much-needed energy transition. Critical to the transition of ports becoming green gateways is that all sector players join forces, that strategies are coordinated, and that relevant policies are developed and implemented by governments and authorities. Next slide, please. DNVGL issued a series of white papers earlier this summer regarding ports as green gateways. I'll provide a few examples from the key transitions we are seeing at ports for decarbonization. First, electrification of port-connected activities. In Washington State, municipal utility Tacoma Power is pursuing a forward-leaning electrofuel strategy, including a new shore power tariff that achieves cost recovery without a demand charge, making it competitive with the cost of marine gas oil. They're doing a cargo material handling equipment charging pilot. They will cover the utility make-ready costs as well as 50% of customer-side equipment and installation costs. Under Fuel Switch for Maritime, you might have heard Washington State Ferries is working on vessel conversion and new builds to hybrid electric, and they've announced in their long-range plans that for the fleet going forward, they plan to be fully hybrid electric. And they are the biggest in the US and globally by car volume. To see the uptake of alternative fuels and technologies for vessels globally, you can visit the Alternative Fuel Insight platform on DNVGL. Industry is a significant part of port-related activities, and electrification of industries could mean up to 50% decrease of fossil cargo. And in offshore wind, this summer, Ørsted installed the first offshore wind foundations in US federal waters, and we see a great deal of activity at East Coast ports positioning for construction and operations with planned California projects on the horizon. And for sector coupling and energy system integration, DNVGL will be leading and Washington Maritime Blue will be supporting the Port of Seattle in developing their waterfront clean energy strategy in partnership with Seattle City Light, their tenants, terminal operators, and stakeholders across sections. Next slide, please. For hydrogen, we're working in a consortium for a proposed joint innovation project. This will utilize Tacoma Power's green energy for electrolysis to produce hydrogen. In addition to the shore power rate, they are rolling out the first in the nation renewable electro-fuel tariff to encourage green hydrogen production. The application's a 1 megawatt mobile cold ironing system that will be truck mounted. And this will also enable deployment where needed for energy resiliency. Phasing out of fossil fuels is happening faster than anticipated. In the US this year, we're on track to produce more electricity from renewable power than from coal for the first time on record. This is partially driven by the pandemic. For new regulations, there's IMO and other emission reduction drivers. For example, CARB is increasing cold ironing requirements, that's the California Air Resources Board, to include most large vessel classes. And finally, ports can become circular economy hubs, transforming waste materials from maritime-related processes into feedstocks for other sectors. Next slide, please. One common thread we have found to be critical in all this work is the need for cross-sector and agency collaboration, as well as understanding the different drivers for emissions reductions by the multitude of stakeholders. Washington Maritime Blue's joint innovation projects are driving development of new solutions in our region, and we're demonstrating how we can work together to accelerate this energy transition. Thank you to BlueTech for the opportunity to present and to Port of San Diego for moderating the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Okay, and last but certainly not least, we have Jacob Thorson from National Renewable Energies Lab to finish out our panel.
Right, thanks, Zach. I'll try to be brief to leave some time for discussion here. So like you said, I'm Jacob Thorson with the National Renewable Energy Lab. Today, I'll briefly introduce our research that's toward enabling the hydrogen economy and leave you with a few thoughts about how hydrogen specifically could play a role in decarbonized ports. Next slide, please. So to go through some of our research again, producing hydrogen through electrolysis is one of our major areas of research that can enable other green technologies at ports and elsewhere. Specifically, electrolysis can smooth the variability of renewable energy resources, and on the other side, can balance demand surges caused by, for example, charging battery electric vehicles. Our research here is focused on electrolyzers themselves and the controls needed to fully integrate them into larger systems. We're currently building a facility where we'll have renewably integrated electrolysis at roughly a megawatt scale. Next slide, please. We also operate a research hydrogen fueling station at NREL, and we're currently upgrading that as well to support research into components and operations for fast fueling. That's key to support heavy-duty vehicles, like, for example, drayage trucks around ports. Next slide, please. Hydrogen is, of course, a flammable gas, so we also operate a lab investigating sensor technologies and deployment techniques in order to support safer and more economical codes and standards. Next slide, please. And the last bit of research I'll talk about is that we have several tools and data sets available online that can help decision makers determine if and where hydrogen fuels are a good fit for your operations. Next slide, please. So taking a step back, hydrogen is like electricity in that it's an energy carrier that needs to be produced rather than being directly extracted like a fossil fuel. I like this graphic from the most recent hydrogen program plan from the HFTO at DOE. I recommend you check it out if you're interested in pretty much any aspect of DOE's perspective on hydrogen. And this graphic I like especially because it illustrates how hydrogen can be produced and delivered in different ways as the technology matures. Today, hydrogen is largely produced through steam methane reforming, which produces hydrogen and carbon dioxide from methane and water. However, electrolysis is a growing technology that produces hydrogen directly from water and electricity. So there, your only emissions are related to the production of the electricity. As far as delivery goes, right now, today, most hydrogen is produced at centralized locations and delivered as a liquid or gas by trucks. But looking forward, hydrogen can be used as a feedstock for renewable liquid fuels, produced locally through electrolysis or even injected into the existing network of gas pipelines. Once the hydrogen is delivered, however, you need the infrastructure to compress, store, and dispense it. And that lends itself best to applications that can operate in a sort of hub and spoke configuration with centralized infrastructure and many end users, like a port is a great example. Next slide, please. So the graphic here is hopefully just to spark some thoughts on the panel and audience by illustrating that concept. We're working with the Water Power Office at DOE to investigate ways to integrate marine energy resources with hydrogen end uses. And just a quick brainstorming session came up with all of these different possible uses for hydrogen at or around ports. So next slide. And this is my last one, so I'll just wrap up. Hydrogen fuel cells, again, are like electric battery applications in that they become greener just by procuring the hydrogen or electricity from greener sources. Hydrogen fuel cells operate quietly, efficiently, and with no local emissions beyond a little bit of lukewarm water. Fuel cell powered cars and forklifts are commercially available today, and larger applications like ferries and pusher boats are in the demonstration phase. And lastly, we see hydrogen fuels as complementing battery electric powertrains to support deep decarbonization. They do that by enabling existing logistics and operations through fast fueling. In larger applications, they can be lighter than comparable batteries, although usually at the cost of a larger size. And again, hydrogen end uses can balance or reduce the surges in electrical demand related to charging of battery electric vehicles. So next slide. And that's all that I have. There's my email. Please reach out to me if you're interested in collaborating on anything that we talked about here. And I'll pass it back to Zach. Thank you.
All right, excellent job, everyone. We covered a lot of dense topics very quickly, and you guys did a great job staying on time. And we have time for, I think, one question that I will pose to the group, which is that, you know, we've talked about a lot of these exciting things that we're starting to get into as an industry, but full implementation is somewhat at the forefront. Can you speak to some of the challenges that industry faces to implement smart and green technologies at ports around the world? And I guess since we're all on video here, if you could just raise a hand if you'd like to take that one first, and I'll call on you. All right, Jennifer.
I'll jump in. I'm not shy. Well, one challenge that I find quite often is this integration on the energy and maritime side in trying to find new business models that work for achieving what we need for electrification and shore power. Often don't work for what utilities' typical needs are in terms of capital build projects. So, for example, shore power, you may not get the utilization rates you need. So I think that what Tacoma Power has done is pretty unique in finding rates that would accommodate this and waiving the demand charge and incentivizing off-peak utilization for hydrogen electrolysis, for example. So I think that is a challenge, but we're starting to see some solutions emerging between ports and innovative utilities where they're finding new ways, finding different business models to look at how they can work together on the capital investments and energy needs of the future.
Excellent. Rafael, yes, sir.
Yes, just in terms of digitalization, I think one of the main challenges is the education and awareness of port administrations and authorities of what is possible. I mentioned a bunch of different concepts and things that have to be considered, but not all the ports are aware of what's happening in general. So having a full view of the landscape and the seascape, if you will, is very important. It's one of the challenges. I think many ports are thinking about digitalization, but I don't think most of them know exactly what that means and what that entails. So that's a challenge.
Yep. Yes, sir. So thank you very much, everybody, for joining us here today and offering your expertise. And I look forward to the future you all are bringing forth. Thank you very much for showing up today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tom. I'm live from Oslo, Norway, and now we are at 5:45 p.m. here in our country, up north. It's a great pleasure for me to be the moderator of this session today on smart vessels and tracking. I am the general manager of something called Shipping and Offshore Network, which you can see the logo behind me. And I'm also the manager of something called the Oslo Ship Owners Association, which is the also chapter of the Norwegian Ship Owners Association. And I also run something called Ocean Industry Forum Oslofjord. So 3 maritime ocean associations that in 2018 formed the alliance called the Oslofjord Maritime Alliance. So if you want to know more about that, just go into maritimeoslofjord.no. You will see all 3 associations. You will see me, and please connect if you want to know more about the Norwegian maritime and ocean industries. We have a fantastic panel today to talk about the topic of smart vessels and tracking. And what you can see behind me doesn't seem very smart, but at least it's a very nice memory of what shipping has been all about for many years. As we all know, smart technology is becoming increasingly more common in ports and shipping due to the proliferation of digital technologies, the connectivity, the internet you have everywhere, and of course data processing. When I went into this industry in 2004, I was very often told that ships are not smart. Ships are stupid. They don't know anything about connectivity. And in those days, sea captains, seafarers, they were isolated on the ship, which of course could be a problem sometimes, but of course also perhaps sometimes nice to be away from everybody else. Today, there's no way you can hide. There's no place you can hide because we find you anywhere through all this connectivity. Now we have BlueTech companies like the ones we will look at today who help to collect and to process and to perform data analytics. And they enable real-time data-driven decision-making, which is something very new. This capability assists owners, ship owners and operators to manage and performance their assets while assisting the crew, which of course can be very crucial sometimes. It can also be a headache for captains who like to be left on their own. Now they can't anymore, but of course the efficiency is increasing tremendously with all this connectivity. So in the panel today, we have 4 eminent speakers. We have Cosmo King, who is the Chief International Officer of ioCurrents in Seattle. We have then Surendra Lingareddy, who is the founder and the CEO of Volteo Maritime in Singapore. We have Rajan Vasudevan, who is the CEO of OceanManager in San Francisco. And last but not least, we have Morgan Visalli, who is the project scientist of the Benioff Ocean Initiative called Whale Safe in Santa Barbara. So now we have all these 4 speakers, and afterwards we have a Q&A. They have been given 7 minutes each. So without any further ado, Cosmo, I leave the floor to you. And by the way, next year, I really hope that we can all be together at this conference in San Diego. It had to take a pandemic to do all this and to make me be there. Today, I've been in Berlin before. I've been in Las Palmas Maritime Week. I'm actually at different places. I'm traveling very much this week without going to an airport, and I'm sure that most of you do the same. So, Cosmo King, ioCurrents, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Tom. It's a great honor to be here. And yeah, as you mentioned, I'm Cosmo King, founder and chief innovation officer at ioCurrents. So we're proud to be a member of the Maritime Alliance since 2016. And I'm here to talk about how artificial intelligence can transform operations in the maritime industry. We've got a lot to cover here in just 5 to 7 minutes. So I just want to get started. The main areas of focus of ioCurrents are predictive and planned maintenance optimization and reducing fuel consumption. If you're skeptical that the AI could possibly improve on decades of tradition in shipboard equipment maintenance, just take a look at an example from the aviation industry. By combining artificial intelligence and machine learning driven predictive maintenance, Delta Airlines reduced maintenance-related cancellations from 5,600 to just 55 in a period of 8 years. That's 55. This is a huge impact to their entire operation with major savings in cost, reliability, and an improved customer experience. So clearly AI can have an impact, but how does this translate to the maritime industry? Additionally, we all know that reductions in fuel consumption and emissions are the key topic in the shipping industry in recent years. And what if AI could change how we consume fuel on ships by operating smarter? Slide 2, please. So this is how equipment is currently managed on the ship today. A chief engineer stands in the engine control room and responds to the stimulus from all the sensors and gauges. They're only able to actually record data on this equipment a couple times a day, though. And so it's a very tough job with very sparse data. And when something goes wrong, there's a loud alarm going off, and you have to run around and figure out what's broken. But it's usually too late. This is a reactive mode of maintenance, and this is the normal way. They combat this with routine taking things apart on calendars based scheduling and based on certain numbers of engine hours. But that really, sometimes taking things apart actually adds more risk than leaving it alone. Next slide, please. So what ioCurrents has done is we've actually digitized the engine control room. We combine this with data from location and other systems on board the ship, but we create a full digital twin of the vessel that can be analyzed in real time to see what people can't see just by looking at gauges and lights. Next slide, please. So one of the first use cases as a really good example is engine anomaly detection. And how can we prevent this equipment from breaking in the first place? We start with the equipment manufacturer specifications. This is data that the crew has today. On this engine, the high threshold for engine oil temperatures is 180 degrees Fahrenheit. But by themselves, these threshold-based alarms often come too late to prevent equipment damage. We use these, though, as inputs for statistical analysis to create baselines of the equipment's normal behavior. And after about a month of data collection monitoring the vessel at sea, we've collected enough data to create machine learning models that then compete to best match the condition of the equipment, of each engine, each generator. And then the model selected by ioCurrents AAD, in this case, when we run on this data, gives 40 minutes of extra lead time to address this issue before it becomes critical. Relying on the manufacturer's thresholds alone for this alert would have left the bearings and other key components in dangerous condition for too long. Next slide, please. Condition-based maintenance, like in the Delta scenario, maintenance should only be performed when needed, driven by changes in operating condition rather than by calendar schedule or hours. And by applying continuous analysis and improvement to the planned maintenance routines, operators can extend maintenance intervals and increase vessel uptime. AI and machine learning can give us key insights that tell us how the equipment is changing better than we can see it ourselves and when it should be maintained. Next slide, please. But what if we could save fuel by using AI to pick the optimal speed and operating parameters of a vessel on any voyage? With our digital models of each engine and generator's fuel performance, we can make real-time recommendations of speed changes at sea. As conditions and loads on the vessel are constantly changing, this means operating at a steady speed across the ocean is almost never correct. But our AI makes advice for adjustments to the speed that allows operators to save money, fuel, and emissions and still arrive in port on time. Next slide, please. So we have an end-to-end platform which allows shore and vessel both to improve operations and have better transparency more than they've ever had before. And we have a growing number of partners that we're working with. We actually have a strong focus on integration with other systems on board the vessel. Next slide, please. So these are some of our partners. And today we're announcing that we've joined Ion Geophysical, another Maritime Alliance member, to integrate with their Marlin platform to optimize coordinated vessel and port activities with a focus, again, on reducing downtime and emissions of the vessel. So very excited about that and happy to work with more of you as well. In conclusion, machine learning and AI are big topics with huge potential for the fast-changing needs of the maritime industry. We'd love to talk with more of you about transforming the world's fleets with smarter operations. So happy to answer any questions you might have today. Thanks.
Thank you. Very interesting, Cosmo. And I'm happy to see all the Norwegian partners you had. Ulstein has the chairman of this association, Olaf Brett, and Jon Ryst is the chairman of Ocean Industry from Oslofjord from DMUGL, who also has a board member in this one. And Theo Marina is a member of, yeah, I see your cup. That's wonderful. You know, it's great. And I can tell you that we have different seminars in this organization. One of them was about fuel monitoring systems. And it was incredible to see how different a ship with different captains, the same ship, everything was the same, but different captains would have extremely different fuel consumption. So that's what one of the things I said about perhaps it's not always the captains like this connectivity, because before they could do things by themselves, now everything is monitored. So you get the best practice all over the place. But of course, it's very good for the ship owners. Thank you to Cosmo. And then we move on to Surendra. Surendra from Volteo Maritime in Singapore. I just have to tell you, I've been many times in Singapore, and when I come there next time, I'm sure that I hope that you and I can meet for a drink. It would be lovely. Okay, Surendra, well, welcome to Floyd.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, the BlueTech team, for the invitation. Yeah, absolutely, Tom. I'd take up on that offer. Yeah, Singapore's been really good for us, and it's certainly the maritime hub for at least this part of the region. So our focus, from what Cosmo, it's actually a great segue. So maritime is usually divided into two large segments, and especially in terms of software. So you focus on one bit where you focus primarily on optimization and performance monitoring, those sort of solutions. The other side of it is investing in operations, daily operations, investing in the seafarer itself, and that's our focus. So we essentially look at future of collaborative maritime operations by focusing on the seafarer as to how we could transform his day-to-day, essentially rendering the vessel itself overall to be smart. Next slide, please. So before I go into that, in 2017, while I was driving a digital transformation effort for one of the bulk cargo ports in India, I'd met this gentleman on the left-hand side. In just a workshop, I'd asked him, can you please describe me your day-to-day? He took his glasses down, put it on the table, and he said, for the last 20 years, all I've felt is read paper. Fast forward to 2019, we were part of an accelerator program, one of the first ones, corporate accelerator program driven by Techstars and EPS, Eastern Pacific Shipping. And in that, I had a unique opportunity to sail with Chief Officer Hugh from Singapore to Malaysia a couple of times. And in that journey, I had asked him what gets in his way. And funny enough, he kept using the word disaster. He kept pointing to things that were around regulatory paperwork, lots of checklists to be done. Every port call required him to do a lot of paperwork, and he called each of those events a disaster. And that to us was a moment of epiphany that there's a lot to offer about how we can transform and behavior monitor the seafarer itself so that overall vessel can be improved in terms of how it functions on a daily basis. Next slide, please. So we all know that regulation really forces us to document everything in this industry, but majority of the industry, even today, 90% still use paper, spreadsheets, and email. And it's true with what Cosmo had talked about as well, is majority of it is driven in a very reactive fashion. Next slide, please. But what's very, very strange about it is to how the dichotomy exists. So for example, a seafarer, when he comes back home, he has the luxury of experiencing the same thing what you and I experience on a daily basis, be it Uber or order a 24-hour delivery from Amazon. But when he goes back into the work, the experience that he gets is completely different. And that's what our focus is to identify this dichotomy and to see how we can bridge this gap between what we experience outside to inside. What we notice right now is that in Mersat, the GB of data was being consumed per month on a West day. Next slide, please. It's gone up to about 270 GB last year, and today the estimates are anywhere between half a terabyte to a terabyte of information already being consumed. It was said recently in a Smart Maritime Week conference that just between June and March of this year, there's been a tremendous increase of consumption because of the whole remote activity that's going on. Next slide, please. So when we got into the program, a primary motivation for us is to leverage the technologies that have truly transformed our lives for the last 10 years and reimagine how it can be done. So if you can ask the question to yourself, what would the trio of cloud, IoT, and mobile do to the industry? That's essentially what we're looking at. Next slide, please. And the focus for us is to streamline this very complicated interaction between multiple stakeholders that happens with rudimentary tools, and to streamline that to essentially enable how seafarers can enjoy a better experience. Next slide, please. What we also believe is, while there is a huge emphasis and investment currently going on from the perspective of IoT, there's a lot of sensorization that's happening on the ships. We believe seafarers is the best sensors that you could ever find, and for us, that is the most focused aspect, and that's what anchored us to build our application. And instead of telling you what application it is, I'll give you the 5 principles that we focus on so that you get a relevance of what we're building. Next slide, please. So these are our governing principles, and that's what I'll focus on. Next slide, please. So the first principle is, if it can be done on paper, it shall be digitalized. And what I mean by that is, nobody complains about paper as a means to enter. They complain about paperwork as a means to maintain. So whatever needs to be done before and after is what causes a lot of grief, and that is what our most focus is. So today it's anywhere between checklists, logs, permits, myriad amount of Excel information that you'll have to share with your stakeholders. All that is coming into a single seamless platform, and that's what we're focused on as a point number 1. Next one, please. If compliance can be computed, it shall be. And this is very important for us because humans are primarily people that rely upon experience. And when you rely purely on experience, it cannot be standardized because everybody has got different experiences. And if you think of a seafarer when he visits multiple ports, some ports require 24 hours of information before it arrives into the port. Some do for 48 and some do for 72. It's humanly not possible to understand and keep it in your mind as to when what needs to be done. And usually things fall into the cracks. As Morgan would follow in the panel today, there's also a great recommendation that if you're in the course of Port of LA and Port of San Francisco, you might have to slow down to 10 knots. And it's humanly not possible to remember all this. So our focus is, if compliance itself can be computed, we want it to be. The next one, please. If data can be captured at source, it shall be. And this is this is a focus where, instead of you having to take a point and shoot camera to each of these equipments when you fix it and come back and put an SD card into your desktop and transfer it, we want this to be seamless, where work goes to where you're getting done. So we're completely doing this on a mobile platform so that you can capture everything at the source. Next slide, please. With COVID, everything's become remote, and it's especially important where remote audits have become the norm of the day now. So data needs to be exposed to everybody. And our belief is 2 principles. If we create anything on the ship, that should be viewable by the relevant parties, and it should be remotely accessible by whoever it needs to be. And right from day 1, we've been working with that mindset. Next slide, please. And we know that we cannot do it alone. It has to be a village that has to come together to be able to solve all the challenges that exist today. And for us, that is also the goal, is if there is a solution out there like ioCurrents, for example, we would rather rely upon sharing our data with them to subject matter experts, where Cosmo can take that data and basically derive predictive maintenance solutions out of it. And that is the fundamental way that we are building this entire platform. And next slide, please. And when we put all these solutions together is what we believe will drive the transformation and what it is. Could you go back 1 slide? So we're bringing the entire collaboration and compliance together in a seamless digital solution, and that's our focus. And by putting the seafarer in the center of it, we believe we will make the entire vessel smart. Thank you. And I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Surendra. That was really interesting. I have been visiting many shipyards, and I remember one time at Umstead in Norway, they told us, offshore vessels, and they told us how they were trying to adapt vessels in the internal side of the inside of vessels, how people live and how they operate the vessel to what they call the PlayStation generation. And that is some years ago now, so now I guess it has moved on from then. But of course, this is very important stuff we are talking about. And this brings us on to Rajan Vasudevan, who is the CEO of OceanManager in San Francisco. So Rajan, I'll just give the floor to you.
Hello, Tom. Thanks for giving me the floor. Hello, everyone, and I'm glad to start by shared resource, TMA, for helping facilitating this program. The seamen and the maritime personnel who helped make this all happen. There have been extreme sacrifices made by people on the sea. Obviously, my colleagues here who've been working tirelessly to bring technology to our industry. That being said, my name is Rajan Vasudevan. I'm the CEO and founder of OceanManager. We've been working for a decade in the maritime industry, and very excited that we are at the helm of a digital transformation. And it's we've seen the time where we have to go and educate people about what the value of digitizing paper is, to where we are now talking about smart, and smart being a word that's not about the IQ, but perhaps of the assets. So working in the past decade, we've been now over all countries, all continents, with our office in Greece, Singapore, India, and I'm sort of the San Francisco Bay Area. The experience and working with people with different cultures, which is kind of what the maritime industry is all about. Next slide. So, if I have the next slide, yes. So, just to give you a big about what the management operations constitutes, I also want to kind of put a perspective. The maritime industry is roughly employing about 400,000, and not including, I would say, indirect operations with regards to people who do the supply chain. But when you look at the maritime industry and about fleet management, which is really our focus and forte, with about 1,000 ships now being operated and with our software, the end goal that we're looking for, I would say, triple outcomes of cost, quality, and efficiency. When I say quality, that's our forte with safety and compliance. What we look at is that we work with people and assets. And in the end, in a holistic way, we have to look at smart operations. And for us, the topic today being smart vessels is really is a great contributing, I would say, contributing point in our if you just look at the complexity of the workflows required between ship and shore. So our solution to been providing this for a decade now, in the days of emails to now VSATs, and where we will almost have the same connectivity. So it for us to I would say look at the smart operations and begin to get. Next slide, please. So today my talking points are primarily about these. If you need to have a plan to integrate smart vessels and vessel tracking into your smart operations. And so how do you do that? You do it by getting buy-ins from the people who see the value of what you're doing. If you just push about saving costs, there is a big, I call the triple outcome. Are you cutting cost? Are you compromising on quality and safety? Are you compromising in other areas? So you would need a good plan to onboard your people. Please take a minute to plan your change. And we see that when we are bringing in a technology platform, it is a fast-paced project to implement, which we are able to accomplish in a short period of time. But the biggest time it takes is to onboard people. It's taken up to, I would say, 3 months to 6 months to a year to get people to start leveraging the investments the business invests into technology. So managing this change and the risks. Now, we recently went through a change where we had, I would say, a change to ECDIS. And we had a lot of incidents where the ECDIS was not well understood, and there were incidents related to the egg test. So we should learn from our implementations and perhaps make an easier way for people to use technology with a sense of confidence, reliability, than with the opportunity with the fear that we are not have high IQ. So most of these systems developed are, but I would say, fairly gifted and smart computer science engineers, and there is a big fear of using and working with these technologies, and giving up is fairly common, especially if you're not in the next generation. Just to continue very quickly, skills have to be understood. We need to update our decision trees. In the end, even if you get real-time data, you have to help people make timely decisions and have the data to justify their decisions. And I'll come to another concept of what we call, what does the data mean? And I would look at half full, you could look at half empty approach. So it is very difficult to have people to agree on the same data set and come with the same decisions. You would have to update our processes. Every vessel needs to have a safety management system. How do we include smart operations? And I think the OCMF has started to look at ways of integrating smart vessels into their compliance requirements. Now, last question is, we are in the COVID environment. We look at the remote worker, but seamen have always been remote workers. And I think now that we have empathy to the environment in which we work in, let's try to make sure that we have the ability to create a platform that creates engagement, a very strong communication, collaboration, and eventually leading to a convergence of these technologies. Next slide, please. So very quickly, our approach has been to aggregate data across all platforms into a platform that allows you to look at KPIs and analytics and provide insights. And as Cosmo mentioned, we are getting a great value of this information, whether it came from known reports, if you had good quality data. So when you make smart vessels, you need to make sure that you have a good way of standardizing, normalizing data sets, and then you will see the value of early warnings for equipment health, and using these abilities to do drill downs. Next slide, please. And we have a vessel tracking solution which allows you to do anomaly detections, overlay zones, create intelligence to look at suspect vessels, logistics get enabled, and then you really have a smart operations. Next slide, please. So I think in short, I'd like to thank you for your time and attention. I'd like you to mull on the various points I just mentioned. I believe smart to be here. We should look at an ecosystem where we have a smart vessel, a smart port, a smart shipyard, and then we would have a connected ecosystem where we all find value into our society. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajan. Very interesting. A ship filled with technology needs to have people who can handle that technology. So this is extremely important, of course, as well. And then it's my great pleasure to introduce our last speaker today, last but not least, Morgan Visalli, project scientist from the Benioff Ocean Initiative. Whale Safe is what we're going to talk about, and this is from Santa Barbara in the US. So Morgan, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here with you all today on this panel. My name is Morgan Visalli. I'm a marine scientist at the Benioff Ocean Initiative, which is a marine research group at the University of California, Santa Barbara. I'm really excited to share with you a little bit about Whale Safe, which is a new tool that we've just recently launched in collaboration with scientists from across the country that provides real-time data insights to help prevent fatal ship collisions with endangered whales. Next slide, please. So I'd like to just begin with a visual reminder of why we built Whale Safe. The blue whale is the largest animal that has ever lived, bigger even than dinosaurs, and they play a critical role in maintaining healthy ocean ecosystems. They're an endangered species. They were hunted to the brink of extinction through commercial whaling. And although there's a lot less hunting that happens today, these species now face other threats, one of them being collisions with large ships. Next slide, please. Whale ship collisions is an issue that we see happening all around the world, especially in busy coastal areas. and near ports where we have high densities of ship traffic that can be moving through important whale habitats. Next, please. The first whale-safe system has been deployed off the coast of California near the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach in the Santa Barbara Channel. As you can see here, there's a lot of blue whale activity in this space of ocean in between the Channel Islands and mainland California. It's really a biodiversity hotspot that provides feeding grounds for endangered blue, humpback, and fin whales, as well as many other species. Also in this region are international shipping lanes that organize thousands of large ships going to and from the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach every year. So just this spatial overlap of ship and whale activity can lead to an elevated risk of these fatal collisions happening. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, 2018 and 2019 were some of the worst years on record for whale ship collisions off the coast of California. And even so, scientists estimate that most of whales that are killed from ship collisions, their carcasses actually sink or are carried offshore before they can be recorded. So in 2019, we saw there were 13 recorded whale ship collisions. Scientists estimate that could actually be closer to 130 when we account for all the ones who are not recorded. And this can have major impact on these endangered populations. Of course, a mariner never wants to unintentionally hit and kill a whale, and part of the challenge is that it can be really difficult to see a whale from the bridge of one of these large container ships, for example. So there's actually been a call for more technology development and more real-time whale data to help improve mariner situational awareness so that they can take proactive measures like slowing down to help prevent these collisions from happening. Next slide, please. So that's part of what inspired the approach that we decided to take with WhaleSafe, which incorporates 3 different data streams of real-time whale data. So one component is a dynamic blue whale habitat model that basically predicts where blue whales are likely to be on any given day using real-time oceanographic data like sea surface temperature and ocean currents. The second component is an acoustic monitoring system. So we've deployed a buoy out in the Santa Barbara Channel that is connected to an underwater microphone or a hydrophone that's listening to sounds in the water. That audio is processed through an onboard computer with an AI detection algorithm in near real time. And then it's able to pick up the calls of blue, humpback, and fin whales, and those are sent back to shore via a satellite link. Then, of course, some of our best sensors are still humans, and so there are whale watching and tourism boats that are operating out in the channel, and community scientists use a mobile app called Whale Alert to record whale sightings. So this model data, acoustic data, and visual sightings are then integrated into the WhaleSafe platform and communicated out to industry, government, and other stakeholders to help improve situational awareness and reduce the risk of these collisions happening. Next slide, please. Here's just a quick view of the blue whale model, the warmer colors indicating higher likelihood of blue whale presence, and this is walking through the model results on a daily time step. Next slide, please. Here's just a quick clip of the acoustic monitoring system being deployed in the Santa Barbara Channel. It's been in the water for about a year now and has been performing really well. We get email alerts every day letting us know which species have been detected acoustically. Next slide, please. All of the data is integrated into the WhaleSafe platform, which you can see shown here. We provide a daily whale presence rating, which can be either low, medium, high, or very high, indicating the amount of whale activity as shown by these 3 different data sources. Or you can also go to the interactive map and actually dig into the data if you'd like a higher level of granularity and detail. Next slide, please. The other data that we pull into WhaleSafe is automatic identification system, or AIS data, to actually monitor ship speeds in voluntary slow speed zones that have been put in place by the Coast Guard and NOAA to help protect endangered whales. So this is a 10-knot slow speed zone that's in place near the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach. Next slide, please. All this data is available through automated alerts, so you can sign up for email alerts via the WhaleSafe website. It's also available through Twitter, and we're in the process of developing an API as well as text alerts. It's also really exciting to learn about many of the other platforms that are being developed for data analytics aboard ships. I could see lots of opportunities for this real-time whale data to be integrated into those platforms as well. Next slide, please. This system was built by many different partners and collaborators, so I just want to acknowledge everybody who's contributed to the development of WhaleSafe. There's the link to the website if you'd like to check it out or sign up for the data alerts, as well as our email address if you have any questions. Please feel free to reach out. Thank you so much for your time.
Wow, Morgan, that was really interesting. You know, I live in Norway. We have a very long coastline. So are you here as well? Are you doing something in Norway?
Our first system has just been deployed and launched off the coast of California near the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach, but we're really excited to explore other places where these technologies could be used because, yeah, there are whales all over the world. So.
Yeah. Well, we have 4 minutes left for a Q&A session, and of course, that's too short for this distinguished panel. But what strikes me as the moderator listening to all this is so much is happening and so much is going on. And this has, and you mentioned that, Rajan, this is what you talked about as well. But, you know, the people on board ships have to adapt to so much. And it's interesting to ask you, Cosmo, with your AI, do you see a difference in what kind of seafarers that can adapt to these things and who struggle? I mean, this has to do with, I guess, age, nationality, background, language abilities, and so on. And if they don't manage to adapt so well, can you risk that this becomes a danger as well, that it's too complicated for people? Is that an issue? Cosmo, we don't hear you. Can you put up the sound on Cosmo, please? Cosmo, unmute yourself, if you can. Yes, we move on. Rajan, this was what you talked about. You talked about adapting workforce to smart operations. Can you perhaps say something about this issue?
Sure. So, okay, great. So I think that what we notice that the adoption is what you're talking about is not tied to an age group, but by the attitude, and the incentives that are aligned with your job description. So typically what happens is that in organizations, they find you a digital transformation leader from the outside. And this person from the outside is bringing a perspective and is given the task of upgrading everybody's skill set. And to be honest, it creates a lot of push. And in a way, it also is negative because it doesn't acknowledge the good work people are doing and kind of brushing them aside. So perhaps our approach has been to that if you want to invest in technology, invest in people in the same amount. And instead of providing them training and skills, provide them an educational plan and career opportunities. The maritime industry is at a risk of losing people as it's not very attractive to go on the ocean and be away from family. So what we're trying to emphasize is the fact that if they were to bring on education learning programs while people are on board, and then that's where you find the champions who really find the vision of the industry, building a career with smart technology. They have the time to learn, they have the motivation, and I think my point is that the summary is very simple. Go bottom up, don't go top down. You go bottom up, you go top down, you got to work both sides. And if you do that, you will see any technology being democratized and finding a great value. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. Cosmo, are you on now? Did you find your sound? No? No, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. Okay. So Surendra and Morgan. No, not do you have any last comments? We have to close. I'm so sorry. We only have 30 seconds left. So I would say this was amazing. I hope that people can find your presentations and all that online and have a look at it and contact you if they want to. And Morgan, I really hope that you can come to Norway someday and help us save whales in Norway too. And I know exactly who I will contact you with. Actually, I will do that now. Send you an email about somebody. Okay, guys. Thank you so much from Norway, and good luck with your companies. And see you soon. I hope. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to BlueTech Week 2020. Thank you all for joining me. My name is Corey Umstead. I am the Operations Manager for Pacific Maritime Group. We are based here out of San Diego, California. I am honored to be joined today by a panelist that includes, and I'll just go down the list in alphabetical order. We've got Mr. Flavio Andrade with OceanPact. Sir, if you could raise your hand. Thank you. Welcome this morning. We've got Mr. Ed Barosky with Reefer Pulse. You could raise your hand. Thank you, sir. Good morning. And he's joining us from the White Mountains in New Hampshire, by the way. And we've got Mr. Carl Bjornsson with Hefred Marine joining us from Iceland. And Brendan Gray with Halo. I believe you're also in New Hampshire, sir. Welcome. Good morning. Julie Hampton with Marine Construction Tech is joining us as well. Thank you. And last but not least, Mr. Leonard Poole with Citus Solutions. Good morning to you all. And so this panel that we're meeting for today, we're discussing BlueTech solutions and specifically how BlueTech services can support our shipping, our port security, and our marine construction. When I think of BlueTech solutions, I think of aqua optimism. And when I think of aqua optimism, I think of using BlueTech solutions, products, services to support our port security, our shipping efficiency, our vessel and personnel safety, and to support our marine construction. And today we're going to be highlighting some of these. We're going to highlight a means of how we can better protect our vital infrastructure and the assets through innovative barrier systems and advanced surveillance technology. We're going to talk about how we can use blue technology to revolutionize shipping of our refrigerated cargo, and also to use data analysis to help with the safe transiting of our vessels and the passengers that are on there, and also to decrease the wear and stress on our vessels. And then we're also going to highlight how we can use BlueTech and their services in the marine construction field, not only to help us to work more efficiently, but also to help us to be able to have less impact on our environment, which could also increase our working period. So we are very excited to be discussing these with these panelists. For one, here with PMG, we are doing our part trying to be a sustainable partner with our environment. We use BlueTech solutions on our vessels to help lower our emission standards, using advanced scrubbing technology on our exhaust systems to help lower those emissions. We also have partnered with other BlueTech companies to help bring their dreams into reality, whether that be transporting or helping them to construct some of their products. Some of this has included wave generation products, and also we are partnering with companies that are developing new biodiesel fuels from kelp. And so there's a lot of exciting technology out there, and these companies are at the forefront of them. And so I want to allow for an opportunity for these panelists to describe exactly what their companies are bringing to the forefront, because they have some very interesting and exciting things. We're going to go through this, and each of our panelists will have an opportunity to do a presentation, and we're going to go by alphabetical order. And so if we could, Mr. Flavio Andrade with OceanPact, being that you're at the top of the alphabetical order, we're going to start with you, sir, on your presentation, and let you jump into exactly how the exciting new products that you have and how you can assist us in our BlueTech.
Okay, good morning. Can you hear me? Yes? No? Okay, thank you. So good morning. I'm Flavio from OceanPact. We are a proud member of TMA BlueTech for several years already. We are based in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. And I wanted to talk a little about an interesting operation of an autonomous underwater vehicle, an AUV, being operated remotely from Canada, working at 3,000 meters deep here in Brazil, managed from Canada, 11,000 kilometers far. So next slide, please. So the challenge was we have been hit by the COVID pandemic while working for Equinor in the northeast coast of Brazil on a survey for preparing an installation of subsea construction installations for their oil field there, including pipelines, wells, and so on. So we were operating a $7 million equipment, and the crew managing this equipment was Canadian. They had to fly back to Canada in March, and we developed a solution to be able to perform the job anyway. So we took 3 months preparing the solution, and it's now perfectly working until now. Next one, please. So we had to upgrade all internet connections on the ship. So satellite antennas, hire more bandwidth, traffic prioritization, firewall rules, audio and video compression, remote selection of cameras. We installed more than 15 cameras on the vessel, remote selection of camera quality to optimize bandwidth and still be able to run all the systems, replication of audio and video inland to reduce the bandwidth spent on satellite and make more people able to work at the same time on the same project. Lots of works and details. Next one, please. So this is an image of these AUV. It's built by Kongsberg and owned by our Canadian partners OFG and operated by OceanPact in Brazil. Of course, in this collaboration. Next one, please. So we have lots of challenges on calibration and all sensors and measuring the data with accuracy. And also, of course, we have trained local crews for the mechanical part of the job, but still assisted with helmets with cameras and microphones by the specialist crews from Canada. So next one, please. Just an image of the AUV being launched by its own LARS system. So next one. So this is how we usually operate the AUV. So from the vessel, several screens with several controls and sensors and data quality assurance and routing and everything needed to optimize the trip. The batteries have limited lifespan, so we have several journeys from up to 24 hours, but usually less, to retrieve data and so on. And this is all done normally from the vessel. So now, next one, please. What we had to do is to create a system where all technicians that usually work on board the vessel could do the same job working from their homes or their offices abroad. So this is what we managed to do, and customer accepted, and the partner bought the idea, and we developed it together, and it's working pretty fine. So next one, please. So this is more or less more screens of the system. Next one. Just samples on both the mechanical, the actual physical operations, and all the data assessment and validation. Everything is being done smoothly. Indeed, we are thinking on keep using this kind of solution even without the pandemic. So I think it's a good example of BlueTech being developed forced by a situation, but with benefits and solutions that will hopefully stay for the future. So next one. So that's it. I just wanted to say that it's very connected to our mission. OceanPact always said our mission was to help society and our customers to know, use, and explore the coast, the oceans, and their wealth, ensuring the protection and preservation. Thank you very much. I will be around for questions later.
Thank you so very much, Flavio, for that presentation. Just a note for everybody that's joining us here, if you have questions for our panelists, please enter those in, and we will address those in a question and answer session at the end. Thank you very much, Flavio. Again, that was very interesting. The next one that we will have to present is Mr. Ed Barosky with Reefer Pulse.
Great, thanks, Corey. Hello, everyone. Good day. I'm Ed Barosky. I'm one of the co-founders and responsible for global sales and marketing of Reefer Pulse. And next slide, please. We're a company that's based in France and with global presence. I'm in the United States, obviously, as Corey said earlier. And what we focus on is effective energy management and monitoring quality of reefers. And reefers are also known as refrigerated containers. They date back to the 1960s, and lots to be desired in terms of the artificial intelligence and data mining of what reefers can put out. What we address are the operational challenges such as temperature fluctuation, risk and handling of the cargo, monitoring, supply chain nodes, errors and instructions on the contents, the maintenance of the containers, the packing, the high temperature risk, not only sitting at port, but out at sea. And one of the things we like to focus, it's all data driven. And data is real time, obviously, and we call it data versus knowledge. Knowledge can be real time, but the data is what is the most powerful thing. And as we move forward in this presentation and talking with the other panelists, think of the number 40 and 40 degrees and what that has to do with what's inside of a container that needs to be at a certain temperature. 40 degrees is a powerful number because that's a potential danger zone. Let's go to the next slide, please. What we do here at Reefer Pulse is, next slide, Corey. What we do here at Reefer Pulse is we provide real-time data as to what's going on with the temperature in the reefer. It looks like we're still stuck on my slide, but I'm going to continue forward. There we go. Basically, the benefits are we maintain analytics around what's going on within the container from port to destination. It's overall effective management using real-time or batch data, and it's all about the customer, the end user, what they're looking for in terms of the type of monitoring and data analytics that we can provide. It tracks by segment, by energy optum. We have Pareto of reports that are bespoke or custom to the client that they can put into their own operating system, or we can perform the data. Next slide, please. I won't jump into this one as much as in this venue, but as we work with scope of the solution for the client, we run various payback models so customers can see the amount of savings between fuel and time and actual monitoring, and also tying back to any type of claims for damaged goods or whatnot. Very key and futuristic in terms of what we're providing. Next slide. The various markets and the ease of use, it all depends on the client. We put together a scope of work, putting the reefer on the container and having it transmit the data to the end user or to whomever we're designated to. The sensor works off the energy of the ship, and so the ships have backup generators and whatnot, and so it's really that quite simple. A sensor is the solution which provides the data, which is knowledge. Next slide, please. In terms of integration, they're set forth obviously by the end users. Our partners and our go live We work with Microsoft Agent for easy integration. It is pretty much a plug and play application. Next slide, please. And here are some of the partners and labels. Being a company that is just about a year old now, we've been recognized for global thought leadership with Solar Impulse being named this past April as one of the top 10 global innovators, and polling with Microsoft and many others, as you can see. So we're very proud of our accomplishments in a very short period of time. And you know, our business is really all about effective management, but also saving the environment and saving energy through providing real-time data to our end user. Our last slide. Data is really key, and it's important to really think about, you know, real-time data is very, very powerful. And the trick is you need to know what to do with that data. And so we like to partner, not only to save the environment, but save companies in their scope of work and streamline their shipping and supply chain. We're willing to work with folks to do some 90-day tests and you know, circle back around. But data is key, and thank you very much for listening. I look forward to some questions and constructive comments at the end. Thanks so much. Back to you, Corey.
Thank you so much, Ed. That is very interesting technology, especially to me as a mariner. That is all a game changer for the industry. And so please have some questions ready for the question and answer session, because that is a very interesting topic. Thank you. Our next presenter is joining us from Reykjavik, Iceland, Mr. Carl Bjornsson with Heffrig Marine.
Hi, thanks very much. So, hi everyone, my name is Carl Bjornsson. I'm CEO and co-founder of Heffrig Marine. We jump to the next slide, please. So what we're doing is improving safety in smaller vessels, and we're doing that with AI-driven digital solution. Our goal is to reduce the risk of human error, which accounts for a majority of vessel accidents, and there are many of those every year. We're based in Iceland and founded the company in late 2018, and it was a spin-off from research that we were doing into vessel motions and accelerations. But we've come a long way since then, and our system is now what we call an intelligent driving assistant that's intended to improve safety and comfort and efficiency on board. And it does that by providing operators with real-time decision support based on the motions and speed of the vessel, as well as insights into the weather and sea state, which allows for better and more timely operating decisions to be made. And the system also tracks every trip so that all data is logged in reports that are intuitive and shareable. Jump to the next slide, please. Jump past this one, sorry. I'm not sure why this one followed. Yeah, thank you. So the system, our first system we launched earlier this year, and it uses sensors for monitoring vessel movements and a tablet for processing data and presenting to an operator. And the interface shows the operator the optimal speed based on the conditions they're in, the recorded impacts, and the weather forecast. And it's a cloud-connected system, and all data is then made available to a fleet manager or owner via a portal that shows the live monitoring and automatic trip reports and logs. But we're developing the next generation system that we aim to launch next year. And aside from the speed guidance and the prediction and data recording elements, it will also provide skippers with the safest and fastest route to travel, optimized for the most fuel efficient speed, provide 3D visualizations of motions, and be scalable into larger vessel types. It will also be better integrated with vessel systems, so both from a data collection and displaying perspective. But we recently, for that system, started a project with Google's Coral team and San Francisco-based Perceptilabs to advance the edge computing capabilities of this system. Jump to the next slide, please. We worked with different types of commercial users. One of them is Lotswezen, the Dutch Marine Pilot Association, who provide an essential port service. Their aim is to continuously improve the safety of the crew, and they saw an opportunity in using our system to do so. They also have a growing need to improve efficiency as port services become more complex. and they need to have oversight to be just in time. They need to adjust their schedules and speeds for planning. So they saw a digital system as something that could help them to have better data into their operations, knowing how vessels are being operated and if best practices are being followed. And to them, the reports were also quite a useful tool to show the customers efficiency of their vessels and their service as a bit of a value-adding feature. Other customers of ours are those that ensure safety in maritime operations. These include the Icelandic Search and Rescue, who now use our systems to train new operators, and the trainers then use the reports to evaluate performance. And the Icelandic Coast Guard, who use the system for guidance in difficult conditions, but also to set operating rules, avoid damage to their craft, and also recently to demonstrate seakeeping differences between different vessel types. Could jump to the next slide, please. So going forward, we see different applications for our system for different vessel types. We've started conversations with insurers that see opportunities for reducing accidents on fishing ships here in Iceland. Another is crew transfer vessels, which need to go through very tough conditions and everybody on board must be kept safe. Kind of aside from the point here, but the recreational space has also started to show interest as a method to train and guide new boat owners. But accidents there often happen when new skippers haven't received the proper safety instructions. And our system also has a path toward unmanned surface vessels as a sensory guidance system to guide remote operators. Since there's nobody on board to make intuitive decisions, it's easy to cause damage to a craft like that. And next slide, please. So overall, solution is intended to improve sustainability. It promotes behavior to minimize the risk of accidents and errors, whether it be in rescue, tourism, fisheries, or transportation. It improves welfare for those on board and reduces the risk of avoidable damage and fatigue, and increases vessels' usable life, and it reduces the power demand and the associated CO2 emissions, since it aims to avoid inefficient movements by maintaining the high sustainable speed. You jump to the next slide, please. So that's Heffing Marine, and I hope you found this interesting and happy to take your questions after the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. That is extremely interesting stuff right there. And please have questions for Carl at the end. You can put the questions in now and we will address them at the end. Thank you, Carl, for that presentation. Our next presentation will be by Mr. Brendan Gray with Halo.
Thank you. Appreciate it. If you show the video, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, I'm president and COO of Halo. And the reason I wanted to show you that video was that was a commercial port. And everyone who's interested in the blue economy and deals in commercial ports or commercial shipping, safety, security, and access control should be a top priority. Next slide, please. International maritime shipping composes over 100,000 merchant ships and 6,000 commercial ports. Next slide. The global economic engine from seaports is 90% of everything still goes the way we did it in commerce 500 years ago, by ship. In America alone, 23 million jobs are created by the shipping, and 26% of the U.S. economy. The global maritime transport fleet is responsible for $829 billion. Now, one of the things is the cruise industry, which was hit pretty hard during the COVID, will bounce back. But at its height, 3 out of every 4 passengers embarked from a U.S. port. Next slide, please. The security threat to the maritime industry is rising exponentially. Since they started tracking it in 1900, and this is all the way from just criminal activity of thefts going into interdict shipping to actual terrorist attacks, it is now off the charts practically. And it can be brought on by all sorts of bad players. There are no dumb terrorists. We got them all. There are no dumb criminals anymore. And they want to interdict you. And maritime terrorism and interdiction is a very serious threat. Next slide, please. So the threat that comes into from these waterborne security tracks, mostly from drone boats. Sometimes they're manned, but if you think about drone boats, you know, we always talk about drones, we think about aviation drones. But as I talked with the FBI head of counterterrorism a few months ago, last year alone, Amazon.com had over 600,000 hits for drone boats, not aviation drones. You can go on to Amazon.com and for about $350 buy a kit that you can hook up to your powerboat and drive around using your iPhone. Now think about the impact of that. That also means a bad guy can steal that said powerboat and control it from an iPhone sitting from a hotel overlooking the harbor and attack a ship, throw that phone away, and no one will know how they did it. Next slide, please. We always talk about physical security and sensors, and are sensors enough? This is typical. We've gone to a lot of ports. They say, well, we're investing in sensors. Well, if you look at the shore side, when you try to drive into a port, you'll run into a problem that you can't get on because of guards, gates, fences. But the seaside, they say waters are our natural barrier. It's not anymore. All those sensors do for you is tell you you're about to get hit, that you've been hit, and record the hit. Next slide. Okay, we are the only effective solution against drone boat attacks. Next slide. We're also the only system that is independently tested by the U.S. Navy. We are designed to work in the water versus on the water. Next slide. And so what we try to do is provide that level of security. We have an array of physical security barriers that you can mount sensors on that will protect a port. And I'll be happy to take any questions at the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brendan Gray. That was also a very interesting presentation regarding our port security and the threats that we're facing here in the 21st century. And we welcome questions involving that to follow once we're done with our presentation. Thank you for that presentation. Our next presenter today is Miss Julie Hamden with Marine Construction Technology.
Good morning. My name is Julie Hamden, and I'm an consultant that has been providing strategic advice to Marine Construction Technologies regarding their innovative double pile technology. Next slide. So as we're capturing in this panel, the scope of shipping is massive throughout our global economy, and the needs for updating and maintaining that vast infrastructure are increasing as our ports are expanding, as shipping capabilities are expanding, and as vessel types are changing. One of the problems with the construction needed to enhance or expand these facilities is that construction in water is very loud. And one of the most common materials used in port construction and in-water construction are pilings. Pile driving noise is so loud that in fact it's the equivalent of supersonic sound in air, but it's occurring in water where we don't hear it. The way that pile driving noise is generated is that a hammer strikes the top of a pile and sends a compression wave down the full length of that pile. That compression wave is moving at 5,000 meters per second, and that pressure wave moves out into the ocean environment much farther than it would into an air environment because the density of water is so great. So the noise that might extend out into an above water environment, maybe a mile, can extend tens to hundreds of miles in an ocean environment until it hits the next landmass. Next slide. So we were approached by the Washington State Department of Transportation and the U.S. Department of Transportation to address the issue of underwater noise associated with pile driving. UW, in collaboration with these agencies, University of Washington, developed a double wall pile technology that helps to reduce in-water noise by providing essentially a double wall pile technology that is self-attenuating. The inner pile is used for driving and is the pile that is struck by hammers, but it's separated from an outer pile with an air gap. Next slide. That air gap is maintained, and the connection between the inner and outer piles is maintained with our special driving shoe. It's a very simple engineering solution. It simply is comprised of two metal rings that are welded to the inner pile and to the outer pile that sandwich in between them a stack of rubber O-rings that serves as a soft spring. So it attaches the inner and outer piles and provides a mechanical connection between the two, but with no metal-to-metal contact. This is the only technology that is capable of reducing pile driving noise the full length of the pile because of the special shoe. And as a result, it reduces that pressure wave moving out into the aquatic environment, and also reduces the noise that's perpetuated in the ocean floor sediments. Next slide. So I gave a brief overview of how it works, but often people get a little confused, so I'm going to just provide a little synopsis that the only component of this system that is hit is the inner pile. We have two versions of the pile, one in which that inner pile can be removed and reused. It functions as a mandrel, and one version of the pile where it is permanently affixed. And like I mentioned, by striking only the inner pile, that bulge that I mentioned moves down the piling when it's struck by the hammer, is encapsulated in air within that second pile structure. And so it reduces noise along the full length of the pile. Next slide. So we've done two full-scale tests, one that was focused on noise, and this is a highly effective noise attenuation technology. We reduced noise levels relative to standard piles using bubble curtains by 20 decibels. This is like removing 80 to 90% of the noise energy associated with pile driving. Next slide. And our second test was looking more at drivability. And what was key for this test was that it performed essentially equivalent to standard pile technologies. And it did in fact do that in hard glacial till conditions. Next slide. So what does this mean for construction, and how does it benefit construction? Well, if a pile is self-attenuating and is self-quieting, you don't need to use externally applied or secondary technologies to help do that. That reduces the amount of time needed to install each and every pile. Instead of placing a pile, then placing a bubble curtain, then driving the pile, then removing the bubble curtain, and then placing around a second pile, you simply lift our technology, place it, and drive it, and move on to the next piling. So it saves a lot of time. And time, of course, with construction projects is money. Next slide. And from my standpoint, my background is as a biologist, and I specialize in the Endangered Species Act. What is really intriguing about this pile is reducing noise by 80 to 90%. You also reduce the area that is potentially impacted by an equivalent amount. So the picture to the left shows the impact area or zone that would be associated with a standard pile, which is that tiny little white pile adjacent to the blue shoreline in the left-hand graphic. The right-hand graphic shows what the potential impact area would be associated with our double pile system. It's a difference of 2,800 meters versus 150 meters. So again, you're looking at a great improvement in the potential protection for sensitive environmental species, and you're also looking at additional reduced costs for project delivery because you have a much smaller area to monitor. Next slide. So in a nutshell, the idea behind this technology is to provide an economic solution and an environmental solution to facilitate and expedite the anticipated construction needs in the port and shipping industry.
Thank you so much, Julie. That is a game changer, and that could change the way that we are going about our marine construction here in the years forward, and we can have a much reduced impact on our environment, which is very positive. Thank you so much. Last but not least, Mr. Leonard Poole with Sidus Solutions.
Good morning, everyone, and some awesome presentations ahead of me. I can't wait to speak to each of you separately. Next slide, please. First of all, my name is Leonard Poole. I'm the Managing Director for Sidus Solutions here in San Diego. For the last 20 years, I've been focused on security and surveillance systems, the product development, system integration, and also the technical requirements that are engaged for all of that. Prior to that, I was also in the marine electronics industry, where we did everything from long-range radio systems to sonar systems, anything that you would find on a commercial vessel that had a wire connected to it, our company was involved. So from this, I've been exposed to a multitude of client applications. Being an engineer, I have a really strong desire to see them through to a successful outcome. These experiences have allowed me to become basically an expert in marine security, port security, as well as hazardous areas, and we also do underwater video. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we're an older company, and we're pretty unique in the type of systems that we provide. A wide range of cameras, robotic positioners, like some of the systems you see behind me, illumination, lighting, and so forth. Next slide. The markets that we work in are pretty broad as well because of the type of technology that we deal with. But because of this, it allows us to be exposed to a lot of different applications, and those different challenges allow us to bring those ideas and knowledge base points to other customers as well. Next slide. The core of this particular slide is that Sidus is unique in the fact that we are a manufacturer. We design from component level items to system level items, but we also do complete system integration. And from that, we have the engineering, the procurement, the construction, the project management, the system installation. We actually deploy our own in-house staff to be able to support your efforts. And so I have a question for you. Have you guys ever known a really good engineer or an operator that is having a challenge in securing clean video images or recordings that could help them increase their revenue, as well as save time, money, or conserve energy, or keep their men safe? Most decision makers care about the results and not necessarily the hurdles that go into them. When it comes to maritime, especially harbor and truck loading and other systems, we've been able to provide systems for a multitude of tasks on every vessel or terminal. And then we also are very familiar with the requirements that each one has. Next slide, please. Excuse me? Oh, okay, that way. Okay, there you go. Thank you, guys. Next slide, please. So as I was mentioning, we do have a large array of clients. This list is not even complete because of the time and service that we have. We have a lot of different very specialty customers that we've worked with. Next slide. And here's an example of some of the robotic positioners. These particular positioners have been used from everything from pointing camera systems that would allow you to visualize a target at 15 miles away, or they could be, the same items could be used for controlling systems that may be inside of a remote area that you wouldn't want to put a man in that space to be turning handles, controlling acoustics equipment, sound equipment, and so forth. Next slide, please. Next slide. One of the things that's come into the forefront today is machine vision. It's really become a backstay of efficiency as well of the safety of your men and your equipment. Because ultimately you want to have optimal vision around every crane, vehicle, process areas, or vessel, and this should actually be your norm. At Sidus, we've developed these professional vision solutions for every situations with one goal: better safety, effective efficiency, ergonomics, as well as comfort. Next slide, please. One of the systems that you'll see on the screen to you, I'm hoping it's your left. That's a project that we did with British Petroleum and Transocean Drilling, where the drilling operator actually had a unique application where he was controlling the robotics that were on the process area, and then he had a separate control setup that he was dealing with the cameras. And we helped provide that integration so that the operator just had one user interface. And so as he went about his different tasks, different camera systems would come into play, and it would also track the working area that he was involved in. Ultimately, better safety, better efficiency, the ergonomics, as well as comfort, are a really big thing. Next slide, please. Sidus has been involved in a lot of maritime applications when it comes to military as well. Next slide. Not only have we done a variety of offshore drilling systems. Next slide. Sorry, I wish I had the button. That would help you guys. Or underwater applications. Some of the current, next slide. Some of our current projects have been the ESB program, which is the Expeditionary Supply Base vessels that are being constructed, together with the TAO vessels, together with additional landing craft vessels, as well as marine vessels, which are shuttle tankers that are being used for ConocoPhillips. We've done all the installation for those vessels, as well as the service of those going on to the full 20 years now. And the reason that we feel that those customers come to us is that we're full integration systems. We help the customer explore all their issues. Then we put together a financially viable solution with the goal of covering every key point of the customer's need, and that's from front to back. Next slide, please. That's images of an oil detection system that we were involved with. In today's competitive world, we understand your desire to get a cost-effective solution. And that's what our goal is to provide you the best performance that's available. At our company, we've got a lot of different mottos, but one of it is that we live by this, we engineer by this, and we expect good results. It should come as no surprise for anybody that video surveillance is widely used today, and it's only going to become more. And I'd like to close my my talk with this, just to kind of bring a little bit of flavor for people to think about going forward. Securing your marine assets is really important today, and whether it be your computer systems, your access control systems, securing your video system is also super important. And it's important for you to know how your IT department is doing it, but more importantly, you need to know how your day-to-day operators are being protected against increased scrutiny due to all the different types of attacks that are coming. From vessel owners to operators to managers, all see surveillance systems as not only a detection and apprehension tool, but also as a way to gain valuable insight into employee processes and operational activities. But in a vast network of Internet of Things, the world is dependent on interconnectivity, and video security systems, along with many other connected devices, have become a source of risk for business. This is especially true for those that have transitioned from analog to IP cameras, which we are actively involved with. I'm going to go, I have a few points. I'm going to just close with this. We would suggest that everybody that's presented, and I'm assuming some of the people that are listening to us today, conduct a regular vulnerability test on their IP video cameras and review your network security systems frequently. The other thing is to limit the number of privileges and the privileged users that have access to control of those. Don't use default passwords, which are some of the basic things that we know. But the last one is open a dialogue with your security team, and also ensure that your staff and all your coworkers are aware of this threat. I'd like to thank everyone.
Thank you, Leonard. Sorry to have to cut you off there. We only have a short period of time now to have a discussion, but I wanted to throw out a question. It's a question for each of the panelists, and I just wanted to go around real quick, and if you guys could just limit your answers to a short elevator, powerful answers. Just want to kind of get straight to the crux of the matter. If you all could, because I see it, but if you all could just give us a quick rundown of who can benefit from your technology and how your technology is helping to make the world a better place, either safer, more efficient, or more sustainable. Let's start at the top with Flavio.
Okay, thank you and congratulations to all presenters. Many interesting things, many guys that we already met before. And so in our case, I think we are more of a technology user. And then we offer our services to our final customers that nowadays are basically the oil companies, the ports, terminals, and the shipping companies. So we are big technology users. So the example I gave today could be, if we are to improve, of course, we should contact Leonard and his guys. For sure, they will develop a better system, more consistent, flawless. We developed ourselves in a hurry to cover an immediate need. But I think that all these technology, the chain is what matters, the network. So if they develop something that will improve my work, I will improve my work to my final customer, and so on. So I think that that's why these kind of conferences is so important and so interesting. But that's it. Thank you. Corey?
We're going to get cut off.
I think he did.
Really?
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? And welcome to the future of surface navigation, or as we like to say, where am I? GPS is our primary navigation source these days in surface maritime navigation, and quite frankly, it is a bit fraught. If I could have the first slide, please. And this, okay, and then the second slide, please. So not only is jamming a problem in many locations around the world, in fact, the German research agency found that jamming was a problem just about everywhere, but we also have spoofing to contend with. You may or may not be familiar with this study that showed over 3,000 vessels and 10,000 instances of ships in the vicinity of Russia being spoofed, having their locations reported at local airports. Next slide, please. And if you go to China, you're likely as not to end up in a circle around the spoofing device as opposed to actually showing your true location. Next slide. Oh, okay, we have the animation there. You can see the locations circling up around the spoofer's location. Next slide, if you would. And we have even found that this technology has kind of escaped government control and shown up on the dark market, because we see ships from around the world being magically transported by GPS spoofing, probably their own spoofing, to locations off the Northern California coast, and then reporting that they're going around in circles. So it's a real challenge. What do we do? How do we ensure we know where we really are? And what is the future of surface navigation? So we have three speakers today. Hopefully we'll be able to talk to John Fisher from Aurelia, who can tell us how we are able, next slide if you would, how we're able to better protect the GPS receivers that we're using right now. Then Zona Space Systems will talk to us about new satellite navigation technology. And then finally, Rear Admiral Nick Lambert from NLA International will talk to us about a system of systems proposal for an integrated bulletproof maritime navigation suite. And we've got John back. So John, over to you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Dana. Okay. All right, great. Okay, you can see me okay then? Great. So yeah, I have a little presentation I was going to go, and then I'll go through it quickly, and hopefully we got time to discuss. So I thought I would first start with who we are. So if we go to the next slide, and just quickly, some of you may not have heard of who Aurelia is. We are, you might know us as in the search and rescue, McMurdo, EPIRBs and CANAD personal locator beacons. You might know us as voyage data recorders from NetWave for the maritime world, and you might even know us maybe as Aurelia if you know anything about in the defense area. We work with what we call position, navigation, and timing (PNT), and resilient position, navigation, and timing. So. But enough about us. Let's get into the meat of it. If we go to the next slide, and really, I guess we'll start with navigation, and as we all know, GPS, or what I really should say is GNSS. It's just those of us old enough to remember before there was any of this satellite navigation. It's really just wonderful. It's accurate. It's available worldwide, and it's free. But as the bad news is, as Dana just showed, there's been a number of incidents. It's such a weak signal coming from space. It's very easy to jam. It's an open system, so it's unencrypted, and which also means that signals can be spoofed. So Dana had already gone over a number of these examples. I guess I'd like to just point out one that a number of years ago that had happened is Todd Humphreys from the University of Texas actually did a demonstration, a coordinated spoofing of a vessel with the cooperation of them, but showing that you could very expertly take over the navigation of a ship and steer it off course. So it's a very, very dangerous thing. So let's go to the next slide and look at, well, what can we do about it? So First thing is protect against this kind of problems. There are all kinds of different antennas you can use that are anti-jam antennas. There's a range of them. There's different signal processing techniques you can do to either filter out some jamming, to detect spoofing, to detect these fake signals that are coming in. So there's things you can do. Of course, none of them are foolproof. Again, since it is such a weak signal, it can be jammed even if you got the best filters in the world. So what else you do? Well, the next level is to at least alert on it. If you just know that you have a problem, especially for the spoofing problem, to know that you're being steered off. And so you can do things, especially one of the things we've been working with recently with an ECDIS manufacturer about showing the fact that you are being spoofed in putting alternative navigation things on the screen. So the pilot at least knows it, can take alternative measures, and also even share that information in a network. For example, like the Sea Traffic Network, there's other networks. And really think about right now, pilots have the advantage of getting weather reports. Well, think about this of where we could actually have what we call GNSS weather reports, if these things could be shared. And lastly, if you run into these kind of problems, what else you can do is other signals. Many of you probably have heard of the eLORAN system. It is a perfectly diverse system from satellite navigation. It is terrestrial, not space-based. It is low frequency, not microwave frequency. It is high power, not low power. So when you want diversity, whatever the weakness of one system, it needs to be strong in the other. So it's really a perfect diverse system. But also you can navigate off of signals. We call them signals of opportunity, signals that weren't originally designed for navigation, but can be used for navigation. And so even as the 5G system is going along, but digital TV signals, things like that, things that may not be only available in the littoral area, but still might be helpful for navigation. And then lastly, there are other forms of navigation. You may have heard of this STL signal. This is a new signal we've been working with. We're really kind of calling the first generation of what we call LEO PNT. And so if I go to the next slide, we can show. So what do I mean by that? LEO is low Earth orbit satellite navigation. This is as opposed to mid-Earth orbit, which is where all of the GNSS constellations are. So important thing to note is that some people think, oh, well, I won't use GPS, I'll use one of the other ones as a backup. They all are pretty much the same signal strength. They're very similar in performance and very close in frequency. So typically if one's being jammed, they're all being jammed. They're all about the same level. So you get some resiliency by using multiple constellations, but not a lot. You really, if you go to the low Earth orbit, and so low Earth orbit right now is like where the Iridium and the Inmarsat satellites are. You have a much stronger signal. So of course you can jam anything, but we speak in radio terms of 30 dB, but that equates to a signal that's actually 1,000 times stronger than what you're getting from the GNSS. So there's a real advantage there. And then these newer systems are being are encrypted so that they're inherently anti-spoof and very hard to fake. So those are the protections. As I mentioned, been working with STL, the first generation, but there's a whole new generation of communication satellites going up. The first generation of LEO PNT was not purpose-built. They added it after the satellites were launched, but now as new satellites being launched, they can be purpose-built for the positioning navigation function. And I think you're going to hear more of that from my colleague here. So with that, I'll stop talking and turn it over to the next speaker.
Tyler, take it away.
Hi, good morning, everyone. If we could pull up the first slide, please. Very good. So thank you very much for the introduction and for the invitation to speak here today. And John, you really introduced the topic and challenge as well, and it leads perfectly into what I'd like to speak about here today, and that is commercial LEO satellite navigation to support autonomy. Next slide, please. To give a brief overview, we'll begin with some recent trends in aerospace and navigation, and we'll discuss new drivers pushing navigation requirements to new levels, particularly from the autonomous transportation sector. This forms our motivation for commercial LEO satellite navigation layer, where we'll discuss the benefits, as John has already alluded to. And I will conclude with an introduction to Zona Space Systems, a little bit more about us and our plans for commercial LEO PNT. Next slide, please. To begin, I'd like to take a look at what's in orbit, particularly in 2016. We can see there's just over 1,400 operational satellites. If we fast forward to today, if you look at the next slide, please. This has changed a lot, particularly in LEO. Just in general, we have almost twice as many satellites as we did only just a handful of years ago. But that growth predominantly is in LEO, where we almost have 3 times as many satellites as we once did. If we could go to the next slide, please. And the movement towards more satellites in LEO was started by an increased demand for connectivity, where we have players like SpaceX, OneWeb, and others that are building constellations of thousands or tens of thousands of satellites to provide that connectivity. And these are the so-called mega constellations, and they represent the new space economy. And this is enabled by lower cost of launch, particularly to LEO, and new satellite production techniques. And to give some numbers, SpaceX already has more than 700 of its Starlink constellation on orbit, and it has aspirations for 40,000 satellites ultimately. So you can see that's in stark comparison to the number that's up there today. And what does all this mean for navigation? And so to understand the potential, I would like to look to the past to see where we might be going. So if you could go to the next slide, please. Historically, new technologies and modes of transportation brought new navigation challenges. And this resulted in many new technologies to support them. Certainly all of these are familiar to the maritime domain, but just 100 years ago, the state of the art was celestial navigation, giving kilometers of position accuracy. 30 years after that, we see the first radio navigation to support aviation and of course maritime as well, giving hundreds of meters of accuracy. 30 years after that, we see satellite navigation to support the Cold War in the form of the early transit system, giving tens of meters of accuracy. And now we all enjoy meter level location thanks to GPS. And so the question is, what's next? If you could go to the next slide, please. And if you take a look at this, interestingly, there's a very clear trend. There's kind of a Moore's law of navigation. And that is every 30 years, we expect a 10 times improvement in largely available location accuracy. And we also see that there is investment in new infrastructure to support those new needs as they come around. And so where is that need today? And if we could go to the next slide, please. That need is really coming from intelligent or autonomous transportation systems. And they're pushing the boundaries of what navigation systems today can provide. And these are coming in many forms, in the form of aerial, UAVs, ground with autonomous vehicles, and of course in the maritime domain as well. And satellite navigation holds a lot of potential as a ubiquitous solution to support all of these systems, where an important aspect is a common reference frame. As these systems ultimately must work together towards a common goal, they must share a common reference frame to interoperate. If you could go to the next slide, please. And as John mentioned in his presentation, an additional PNT layer from LEO brings many benefits to satellite navigation, and in my view, particularly for autonomy. And there's 3 major benefits. The first is in precision. The rapid geometry change from LEO, so the satellites going quickly overhead, brings much towards rapid convergence for precise point positioning. Next is availability and resilience. Bringing closer to Earth, we have the opportunity for stronger signals, strengthening us to interference. And the last one is security. LEO signals aren't bound by legacy, so there can be inclusion of encryption and data authentication. And one approach to bring LEO signals into service is with a dedicated commercial LEO layer that can add that capability and that can be quick to evolve on a 5-year timescale to keep up with the pace of demand. If you go to the next slide, please. But how do you do this? And really this is enabled by the recent changes in aerospace, which are the same forces that's giving us the mega constellations. One enabler is launch costs. This is reduced by more than a factor of 10 compared to just 20 years ago. And it is expected to continue to decrease with more reusable rockets from places like SpaceX. Another enabler is mass production techniques for satellites and components. And to give some numbers here, OneWeb is making more than 2 satellites per day on its assembly lines, and SpaceX is launching 60 satellites to LEO per launch. And the result of these factors combined is that now we have highly available satellite platforms and components that are $500,000 to orbit because of these sort of economies of scale. And of course, you do need more satellites in LEO compared to MEO to get the same level of satellite visibility. But the economics represented on this slide indicate an interesting opportunity when you consider that one GPS-3 satellite is closer to $500 million today. And if you could go to the next slide, please. And this is what we're working towards at Zona Space Systems. We were founded in 2019, and our mission is to enable intelligent transportation systems to operate safely in any environment to benefit everyone. And our founders are coming from a combination of aerospace industry and GNSS research, and we are working towards our first 2 demonstration satellites of such a system. Next slide, please. And of course, building such a system doesn't happen overnight, and so we do have a staged rollout plan with different levels of service along the way. Phase 0 is happening next year, where we're working with our navigation payload for ground demonstrations of the technology, and we're actually working to coordinate with some ports to showcase the technology. And you can think of this as a satellite on a building or set up on a pole to sort of give that local sense of the technology. Phase 1 is a 40 satellite LEO constellation, which offers a one-in-view augmentation service over population centers. Phase 2 offers the same, a one-in-view service, but now globally with approximately 70 satellites. And the third phase is the 300 satellite constellation, which gives GPS-level satellite visibility and full positioning services that bring the precision and security elements to the system. If you go to the next slide, please. And that's all I had for today. I just want to say big thanks again to the organizers and to all of you listening in. And Dana, I'll give the floor back to you.
Great. Thank you, Tyler. I appreciate it. And now, certainly not least, we have, hopefully having had his supper in the United Kingdom, coming all the way from across the ocean, is the former UK Navy hydrographer, Rear Admiral Nick Lambert, retired, to talk to us about the Maritime project.
Thanks, Dana, and thank you to Tyler and John for your excellent presentations. And Dana, you put this together rather well, because this sort of summarizes, if I may, not in any, not in a rude way, it summarizes what the previous 2 speakers have said. My company is NLA International. We're a Blue Economy Solutions company, very, very focused on ensuring that we can overcome the challenges of operating in the maritime environment to achieve the benefits of the blue economy. So the challenges are obviously things like connectivity, situational awareness, cybersecurity, and of course, resilient PNT. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about the Maritime Resilience and Integrity of Navigation report, which we completed over the course of about 18 months in spring this year, and had huge support from Dana's team at the foundation. Next slide, please. The idea was to use maritime as an example sector of the need for resilient PNT as part of UK critical national infrastructure. Why did that occur? We approach everything from the end user perspective, and it's my personal view that the maritime sector has fallen lock, stock and barrel into the single point of failure that is GNSS. And the concerns that were expressed by Dana in his opening remarks. So instead of using that wide range of wonderful position and navigation techniques that were described by Tyler, we are now almost entirely reliant on GPS or a derivation of GPS for PNT in the shipping sector. And this has come to the point where maritime operators have effectively de-skilled themselves. They don't know one end of a a sextant from the other. And there was even a ship that recently arrived off Cyprus after a 3-week passage across the pond, which simply stopped and asked for a pilot when it found that it was being denied GNSS off Cyprus because of the jamming that takes place in that part of the Eastern Mediterranean. And the team on board simply stopped navigating. Even though they were within sight of land, they had radar, they had visual fixing points, they just stopped. a really, really interesting development. Next slide, please. So shipping has effectively become the area in the cage, or mind, sorry, of critical structure as far as PNT is concerned. Here's an example of the intensity of shipping around Northwest Europe. It's COVID picking back up again. And you can see the interface here between the shipping routes, the logistics, supply chains, and the mainland terrestrial area, ports and harbour, intensity, urban and populated areas, all intimately linked with each other. The boundary between land and the sea is not a boundary, it's an interface. It's very porous, it's hugely active, and critical national infrastructure of all of the urban areas and the countries shown in this map are entirely dependent on resilient PNT, as is the shipping that operates around the shores. Next slide, please. So the conceptual architecture that we came up with as a result of this report, and it is available on the web and we can provide the link, saw a combined space-based and terrestrial solution, much in the same way as depicted by John and Tyler earlier. And Tyler, if I might just pick up on your rather use of Moore's law of navigation, I would, where you referred particularly to accuracy, I would say there's a Moore's law of navigation with reference to resilience and integrity. Because if we are going to do the sort of autonomous operations, if we are going to build the offshore infrastructure in the way that I envisage it building, it's going to have to be resilient. Because business cases, people's business models, people's livelihoods are inherently dependent on resilient PNT. And frankly, they don't really care where it comes from, space or land. They just want a service. They're not really interested in what particular box it is that provides the service. So I think, and this is very much my personal opinion, we need to move away from the concept of a global navigation satellite system, and we need to develop a concept of a global position, navigation and timing system, which is a blended solution of space-based and terrestrial capabilities. Next slide, please. There are some estimated benefits reflected in the reports, but just to give you some rough figures, it was quite clear that the loss of resilient position, navigation and time to the UK's maritime sector was substantial, and the benefits, the net present value worked out as plus £221 million over a number of days in the event that the sector lost GNSS. It didn't cover all of the shipping traffic that we're talking about. It didn't cover terrestrial, but it was used as an exemplar. So there are some real numbers to be found in the business case and the cost-benefit analysis for resilient PNT in critical national infrastructure. Next slide, please. So the key recommendations were, let's create a consensus to develop the sort of high-integrity, resilient system of systems approach that I've described for the future CNI, UK CNI. And as I say, we very much looked at maritime, but I see this going across the whole of critical national infrastructure. It's going to require a huge debate with all the legislators, regulators, and all the rest of the people that need to be involved. But I would say that over on this side of the pond, certainly the conversation has changed substantially in the last decade that I've been involved in this. And there is now a complete awareness of the need for resilient PNT. The sensitivities around Galileo, certainly in the UK, have reduced, not least because of Brexit. Maybe there was something good came out of Brexit. We have moved and recommended in this report towards a demonstration of this resilient ecosystem, system of systems approach and the architecture that I described. So we're now out there at the moment designing that and seeking funding to demonstrate it. Next slide, please. That should conclude, I think. So Dana, I hope that was not too long. Over to you.
That's very good, Nick. And with just a couple questions from me, and I think I'm going to get some questions in my ear eventually. But Nick, I understand that we have questions that will show up on screen in a few moments. But Nick, so John and Tyler are both in business, which is a wonderful thing, and we applaud that. Were any of the folks involved with Marinav, do they have a commercial interest in the outcome of our eventual P&T structure?
Good question. A large number of the players were universities, the likes of general lighthouse authorities, and so on. We are a commercial company, NLAI, so we had a part in that. We primed the project, and there were one or two other players in there. Terrafix, for example, brought part of the solution over here in the UK. So there was a mixture. So it was a right across government, industry, and academia, very much at the left-hand edge of the TI scale, R&D, looking to a demo.
Okay, very good. And who sponsored the project?
Sorry, I should have said, thank you very much indeed. Interesting, very good question. So it was funded through the European Space Agency. Before you ask the Brexit question, European Space Agency is separate from the European Union, affected by the transition from into Brexit. It was funded through a program called NAVIS, which is approved, a national fund within the ESA funding regime. ESA is very, very pleased with the results of the report, and we have been using it actively under their encouragement to engage European nations around the North Sea basin that I showed you earlier to develop the demonstration capability. If we are very hopeful that we can move this into a commercially provided demonstration. There's a little bit of R&D type funding out there for the initial feasibility stages of a demo, but eventually we're going to have to bring in some commercial type funding, and we've got ideas. Anybody out there who's got a lump of cash in their pocket and wants to spend it on PNT, please give me a call. John I know is very rich in STO.
Yeah, no, I think everybody on the call is interested in folks with bunches of money in their pockets for this sort of thing. So John, one of our presentations at the Foundation for Maritime Audiences is how to steal a ship. I would expect that Aurelia and others probably have packages available for maritime in terms of helping those who want to make their existing equipment more resilient in terms of modifying it and making other structures.
Yes, exactly. Because there is things you can look at the received signal, and that even though even some of the best the best spoofers, the best fake signals are very close, there are still differences between the fake signal and the live signal. In fact, either fortunately or unfortunately, we also make a whole line of GPS simulators. So we actually make the equipment that you can make a fake signal, which is, we're always very careful not to sell them to bad guys, but you never know. And so we understand the differences between what the limitations are when you do that. So you can do that. You sense that. You really look. In fact, it's best to do it inside the receiver, but we'll do things of looking at the internal state variables of the receiver to see that yes, this high probability of this being a fake signal, and then alerting the pilot so that that ship does not get stolen.
Excellent. And Tyler, I had a whole series of questions for you, but you answered them during the course of your presentation. So good on you there. Very complete. Let's see. So where did all your rocket scientists come from? What's your background, very briefly?
Yeah, that's a great question. So really, we met a lot of us in grad school. I think like many startups, we have our origins in graduate school at some point. And so we're coming primarily from an aerospace background, and so part of us went on to aerospace industry, so working in places like SpaceX and Blue Origin. So I've launched many space vehicles in their careers, and many of the others went on to the GPS lab at Stanford, working in civil aviation and in the maritime domain as well, and integrity for those systems. And so really our group is coming from a marriage of, aerospace industry folks, so folks who have built the satellites and have experience doing that, and folks coming from a I guess, GNSS integrity background, and that's our story, I suppose.
Well, very good. And I see on the screen that we have our first question. What kind of public education is there around spoofing? I think most people have no idea of this problem. And I'll take the first crack at that, being with my privilege as the chair. So there really isn't a concerted publication or public education effort, except by the Resilient Navigation and Timing Foundation, which is my organization. And it's kind of how and why we were formed. We're a scientific and educational charity, and we have a blog site that recounts this kind of thing on a regular basis. And we try to inform as many groups of folks, such as this panel right now, or at this conference, about these problems. We have articles that appear in Maritime Executive Magazine and industry journals and that sort of thing. But the big challenge that we found is that there has not been a single catastrophic or earth-shaking incident that has raised this issue to the common, it's the general public, I guess, is the best way of saying it. We've had legislation that is moving forward that is moving the U.S. government forward to address this kind of thing, but things are going slowly, and that's the biggest challenge that we have, is that there hasn't been a real big failure like Hurricane Katrina knocking down levees, or the World Trade Center going down because we didn't have reinforced cockpit doors. So, anybody else about? I know you all are trying to educate people about this sort of thing, but yeah, it's just not something that's raised to the public consciousness. Go ahead. Yeah, Nick.
I'd quite like to comment, if I may. I'm always torn about this, actually. I think if you tell people about spoofing and jamming, then they might be inclined to have a go at it. So I think there's a really interesting problem around there. But actually, we say that there haven't been any catastrophic failures. It's all a question of what is the understanding of a catastrophic failure. When a truck gets stuck in a narrow lane, or a car goes into a canal because the road bridge isn't where the GPS told him or her, the driver of that wagon, where it's going to be, that's a bit amusing, and people titter about it and smile and tell each other at parties. But actually, that's a catastrophic system failure. That is a catastrophe in terms of system engineering and functionality. And if you pick up on the points that both John and Tyler made about this shift to autonomy, these are catastrophic system failures. No different from, other than scale, from the Boeing problem that we've just seen emerge over the last couple of years. So we have plenty of catastrophic system failures. They're just not interpreted by the public as that. Oh, my GPS isn't working, or my phone isn't working.
Yeah, perhaps so. It's a matter of communication. Good. Yeah. We posted something the other day about 85% of truck thefts and hijackings in Mexico were abetted by GPS jamming, and there's all kinds of maritime awareness issues that are thwarted by fooling with GPS. Question: are you working with the telecommunications industry? Well, I will start off on that one as well, because last week I briefed the board of directors for the Alliance for Telecommunications Industry Solutions. They are the technical industry organizations that coordinates all of the wireless folks in the United States. So yes, we are working with them. At the same time, the business advocacy organization for the telecommunications industry doesn't really want to talk about this sort of thing very much. At least has always been my impression, because they're not interested in showing the shortfalls and problems that they have that could come up with their services. And we see that a lot too in other industry sectors. Gentlemen, thoughts? John, you perhaps have been most involved with the telecommunications industry.
Yeah, they are looking at the alternatives away from GNSS. In fact, because the wireless telecom industry uses the GNSS system for timing, and they're looking about instead getting their precise timing from the backhaul, from the network connection. So they're doing things to mitigate that. I think the real exciting thing I think we're going to see in the coming years is just as Tyler described what they're doing about navigating off of the next generation of low Earth orbit satellites. I think we can do a lot in navigating off of the new 5G network. And I guess I would even consider the work that Tyler's doing is part of that larger 5G system. So in that way, I think in the future, we're going to see a lot of that, because whenever you have high bandwidth signals, you can measure their precise time precisely. And once you know precise time, you can do navigation.
5G might not be so great for maritime, at least beyond a certain distance offshore. But then once you're beyond a certain distance offshore, you don't have to worry so much about running into things, I guess, in many instances. Your navigation can be a little less precise, or needs to be a little less precise.
Yeah, that picture that Nick showed really resonated when you look at where is the dense traffic, when he showed, around the channel and in that area, it's like, yeah, there, you'll have, and also I guess I'm speaking in a very long-term thing of 5G being where the whole planet is going to be covered by high bandwidth things. I'm lumping the satellite, low satellite things into that whole network, right. The whole world will be covered. Hope it's still in my lifetime, but I'm not sure it's going to be in the short term.
Yeah. Next question, is there a business plan for this area, or is this more of a government solution? So there have been various business plans brought up over the course of the last 20 years to provide these kinds of solutions, none of which have been able to really get much traction. One of the challenges is that GPS is free, and it's usually pretty good. And so going up against GPS and asking somebody to pay for something that they kind of get already, especially if you can't differentiate yourself really well from GPS, other than to say, well, it might be around when GPS isn't, has been a challenge. There is a government effort, the Resilient Navigation and Timing, the Resilient National Timing, Resilience, and Security Act of 2018. There we go. Mandates a national terrestrial timing system be established to back up GPS signals. So that is underway, and that will at least provide a timing base for 5G and other things that is independent from space. And at least from our nonprofit's perspective, we see this as a mix of government leadership and support and private initiative, commercial initiative. There is, with a lot of things, there's no way government can be all things to all people, and there's no way that business can fill large, very widespread public needs where there's no real business case, but there's still a need way out there, especially in sparsely populated areas. So, gentlemen, other thoughts there? And we have less than 30 seconds, I think.
I think you covered.
I guess I would just, I think I was just going to say that resonates with us as well, and that I think that it's an effort that will take a lot of different stakeholders to make this happen in a scale that works for everyone.
Great. Thank you very much for your time and attention, and it's been a pleasure talking with all of you.
Thank you.
Likewise. Thank you so much.
Good morning. I'm Kip Ludit, Executive Director of the Marine Exchange of Southern California, and welcome to this panel on collaboration of industry and science, and thanks to BlueTech Week for putting on this great event. I will be moderator of the panel and also the second speaker. I've been a speaker and moderator at BlueTech Week for many years, and it's good to be back. I miss the in-person format, but perhaps we can return to San Diego next year in person. But a slight advantage of this format is that we can get colleagues from all over the country together, which this panel does. So I wear two hats today. One is Executive Director of the Marine Exchange of Southern California, and the second is President of what's called MISNA, the Maritime Information Services of North America, which is the umbrella organization to which 14 Marine Exchange and Marine Exchange-like organizations belong to in the country. So with me today are three other executive directors, Ed Kelly from New York and New Jersey, Ed Page from Alaska, coming to us from Juneau, and John Venture from Puget Sound, coming to us from Seattle. I won't read the bios in the interest of time, but want to highlight that the panel at MISNA has a variety of backgrounds of its members. So for example, prior to joining the Maritime Association of New York, New Jersey, Ed Kelly had a series of executive senior positions in the liner business. Ed Page and John Venture are Coast Guard captains, retired, who were captains of the port. And I'm a retired Coast Guard captain who had a background at sea. There's some other commonalities, such as all four of us are members of our local interagency ocean observing system chapter. And both Ed Page and Ed Kelly are members of NOAA's Hydrographic Services Review Panel. So with that, we have four speakers today, and we're going to start with Ed Kelly from New York, then we'll move to me, and then Ed Page up in Alaska, and close up with John Venture. So with that, Ed Kelly, the floor is yours.
Pleasure. Good afternoon. Or good morning, as the case may be for you folks on the West Coast. My name is Ed Kelly. I'm the Executive Director of the Maritime Association of the Port of New York and New Jersey. Since 1873, we've been active in this port as a marine exchange and as a trade association. Our mission is to promote the safety of navigation, the security of marine assets, and the sustainability of the marine environment. Here in our port, we have over 9,000 deep draft vessel transits through our harbor every year, and including tugs, barges, ferries, etc. We have over 475,000 harbor transits. It's a busy place. Obviously, safety, security, sustainability are all very data-driven. It is absolutely essential that to promote trade and to maintain these key icons, we have to have the most modern, accurate, and accessible technology and data relating to the marine environment. It is absolutely essential that our mariners and our shore and first responder personnel have the absolute best understanding of the marine dynamic environment. Items such as salinity, current, temperature, wind, actual physical location, speed, depth, keel clearance, air gaps are all essential to safe operation. And as larger vessels that are cleaner and more fuel efficient and better for the environment are coming into place, we have to absolutely maximize our asset capabilities. And by that, it's our waterways and capabilities and to do the least harm possible to the environment. Our problem is we're getting too much data. We have to actually, for us to use the data effectively for our mariners who are on board moving vessels with the necessity for on-spot, actually fully accurate information to make life and death and ecological decisions with these ships that are now can be as large as the Empire, as long as the Empire State Building is tall and wide, with accompanying tugs and others. We need to ensure the accuracy of that data. There's a lot of sources of data that are just plain not accurate. They might be used for issues of looking for fish migration or for temperature only, but we have to be very careful that it's error-free. That's why the NOAA ports array are so essential to us, because of the accuracy and the dependability of that data. Professional mariners cannot rely on data that has sources that actually say they may not be accurate. We need an ease of accessibility, that all this information is out there is not useful to a mariner on the bridge of a ship who cannot start looking for and accessing multiple websites, graphs, etc. They need to have this information immediately accessible in a usable basis. That means we have to have a uniformity of the type of data, the metrics that are used. We have to understand the potential liabilities of using some of this data. And the ease of the access is absolutely essential. We do not have the time or capability to be sourcing multiple platforms, various websites, different of things, and then trying to convert this data. We need something very similar to what's a heads-up display in a fighter aircraft. And although that seems very advanced, it's what we need. We need to forecast with this data, and we have actually lots of ways to do this. A few of my partners here and co-presenters will be well versed to speak to the capabilities of using AIS and other transmission capabilities to get this data out to mariners in a usable, live, dynamic fashion. We also look forward to the definitions of our physical environment, including survey capabilities. As you know, surveys are drastically behind schedule from both the Army Corps of Engineers and NOAA due to funding opportunity. We look forward to the advancement of autonomous vessel operations and the capability to secure crowdsourcing and create stable, usable databases that can be used for navigation and to at least highlight areas of concern that can then be responded to in a quick and efficient basis. Marine technology is moving at a rapid pace. We are one of the world's oldest professions. We are the need of that data, but the data has got to be in usable formats, and so also so that we can get proper forecasting. Modeling is very important to us. It's essential to our search and rescue operations, as well as making go, no-go decisions to bring large vessels, oftentimes carrying dangerous commodities and potentially threatening generational economic and environmental damage if bad decisions are made. I'll be more than happy to address some of this with any questions that come up. Thank you.
So with that, I will bring next, and if you could bring up my slides. All right, so thank you very much. And here's a picture of our beautiful building on a hill. And as I mentioned, I will be representing both MISNA as the president and the executive director of the Marine Exchange of Southern California. And similar to Ed Kelly, if you look at the bottom of the slide, safe, secure, efficient, reliable, and environmentally sound maritime transportation is our mantra. Next slide, please. So I just thought I'd have 2 slides on MISNA itself. Here are the locations of the 14 organizations around the country, plus the one in Canada. So today, New York, New Jersey, me, Puget Sound, and Alaska will be speaking of you, representing bi-coastal, bi-ocean organization that we have. Next slide, please. So here's a bit of a advertisement for what MISNA does, the umbrella organization for the dozen or 14 marine exchanges around the country. And we consider ourselves geographic experts providing maritime information, vessel schedules, communications, and related services. So if you ever need any information from one of us, call anybody and we'll hook you up to the Marine Exchange most appropriately to answer your question wherever you happen to be. And there's our phone number and our website. Next slide, please. So for the Marine Exchange of Southern California piece of this presentation and how we use science and technology for industry, our organization has basically 2 main business lines. First is the Maritime Information Service, which goes back to 1923. And second is the Vessel Traffic Service, which goes back to 1994. So the Maritime Information is like all marine exchanges tend to do, gathering and collating the schedules for all the vessels moving around. In our case, the LA Long Beach Port Complex. We also do Port Hueneme, San Diego, and the tankers going in and out of El Segundo. The Vessel Traffic Service, in our case, is a unique public partnership between us and the Coast Guard. So there's a picture there of the watch floor, and we always have a Coast Guard member and a Marine Exchange member on watch. Next slide, please. So the first of our three examples today of using science and technology for industry training actually came up because of COVID, but we took it much, much further. So with many, many people working from home, we're using this kind of a format. But what we found for training is it had a real benefit for both the trainee and the trainer. So in the picture, you can see the two watchstanders on the Vessel Traffic Service watch floor, the Coast Guard member and the Marine Exchange member. But on the roller chair on a laptop was the trainee at his home, and the trainer, our general manager, was in his garage at home. And we found this actually worked very, very well not to have 4 people on the watch floor jammed up. So we'd recommend that you consider this kind of thing rather than in the past, we would have had 4 people together doing the training. So next slide, please. So the next example that I'm going to use is the Dynamic Underkeel Clearance Project, which we have for the ports of Long Beach, or Port of Long Beach. And the goal of that is to increase the safety, increase the efficiency, and reduce emissions associated with large tankers entering the Port of Long Beach. And if you look at all the logos on the slide, that's on purpose because it's all the different organizations that participate. And down at the bottom, you can see the science-based ones, in particular, IUs and Scripps and CDIP. Also, NOAA and Corps of Engineers are terrific federal partners. Next slide. So here's an example of the kind of ships that are coming into Long Beach. This is GEM 2, almost 1,100 feet long, almost 200 feet of beam, over 300,000 deadweight tons. And this was the first ship to enter the port under this program using a 66-foot draft. Next slide, please. So the challenge that this port complex has is half of California's oil comes in here. There's only a 5-day supply ashore, and there's only one VLCC berth. There you can see Long Beach Pier 121 on the west coast. So there's pressure to keep these tankers moving in. The problem is, if you can see in the lower right-hand side of the slide, the area of concern there, when there's a southerly swell, the ships pitch in the swells, and that increases their draft. Then they make the turn at the breakwater where you see the number 2, and they roll in that turn, and then they steady up on the inside. So it's just that last approach as the water's getting shallow before the breakwater. So next slide, please. I'll show you how it looks. So here's one of these ships coming in, and until we got this program going, there was a voluntary 65-foot maximum draft coming into the port, which left you with an 11-foot clearance under the keel, nice and safe. The problem is if that 1,100-foot ship pitches just 1 degree, it's a 10-foot increase in draft, and the underkeel clearance reduces to 1 foot. We decided that was not appropriate, so we stayed with the 65-foot draft for a long time, but the channel had actually been dredged for 69-foot draft ships. So here's how we did it. Next slide, please. Basically looked around the world and found a company called Charta with a program called ProTide, which takes these inputs that you see on the left-hand side of the slide and plugs it into a computer model, and it will forecast, which is something Ed Kelly mentioned, how important forecasting is for the no-go decision. It calculates the movement of the ship, and it then calculates the resulting underkeel clearance. Next slide, please. So this is one of the inputs that we need, which is the third of the things I wanted to talk about today, is accurate weather information. So in this case, we needed the wave buoys provided by Scripps, and also we use one of their wave models. Second you might know what the waves are doing, but you have to know where the bottom is. And an accurate chart is needed, so that's provided by NOAA. We also needed the NOAA tide gauge to know what the actual water level is. So together we need these inputs to the computer model for it to be accurate. Next slide, please. So here's an example of what the output of the model is. So we get the information from the ship 3 days to a week in advance. We plug it into the computer model. The wave buoys input automatically. The tide inputs automatically. The water level inputs automatically. So in this particular case, which was the first ship coming in under this program, the pink area shows the predicted roll of the ship, so between 1 and 2 degrees. The aqua area shows the predicted pitch at less than half a degree. And the next slide would be, but for in the interest of time, I won't show it, the resulting underkill clearance. I'm sorry, you can go back. There you go. So you get the forecast, you get the underkill clearance prediction. The pilot and the captain can make the go decision. And then to make sure that everything is accurate, the pilots are bringing aboard a motion sensor, which results in the red line and the blue line. So you can see the red line, which is the actual motion of the ship, well within the forecast. The blue line, which is the actual pitch of the ship, well within the aqua. That run was successful. Next slide, please. So under this program, we've brought in a total of 84 tankers since it was enacted 3 years ago. The goals are being met: increasing safety, increasing efficiency, and reducing emissions. Next slide. So in closing for this session, or for this presenter, it's resulting in safer and more efficient ship movements based on precision science and technology. The ProTide system enhances safety. The Jacobson Pilot Service has integrated this into their team piloting procedures. And a side benefit of this is it's reduced the number of aborted runs. And if a tanker is forecast to be out of limits, let's say from tomorrow until the following day, they can bring in shallower draft tankers and use the berth efficiently. So with that, I'll close up and pass the podium to Captain Page.
Thank you, Kip. I'm going to talk a bit more in the context of a more global perspective and sea traffic management. We're talking about ports beforehand. Let's talk about the ocean itself. And we're using the same goals. We have the same goals of ensuring safe, secure, efficient, environmentally sound maritime operations. So you go to the next slide. Alaska is very dependent on the blue economy. Fishing is a big part of our economy. Oil is a big part of our economy. Tourism is a big part of our economy. So our goal is to continue. The blue economy is alive and well and functioning. Next slide. Okay. Next slide. This is what happens when the blue economy is disrupted, like Exxon Valdez oil spill. The fisheries were shut down. Oil production and shipment out of Alaska was shut down until we get it right. And tourists say, why do we want to go to Alaska? It's covered in oil. So as a result, we clearly have to focus on preventing those type of incidents happening. If you want to have the blue economy work, we can't have big accidents such as Exxon Valdez oil spill. So our focus is preventing those things happening in the bigger context beyond the port complexes out in the ocean, for that matter. So next slide. This is what we were looking at in 2005 as far as the maritime activity in the North Pacific. Soon thereafter, automatic identification system was adopted worldwide. It's similar to airplane transponders. The ships, larger vessels, engaged in international trade, have to have these transponders that every couple seconds send information: course, speed, destination, name of the vessel, dimension of the vessel, destination, ETAs, etc. Now the trick is getting that information put to use. Next slide. Then you get the information from IAS. It's overwhelming. So what we're doing is using computer technology to sort through this data and identify elevated risk events, manage traffic, etc. If you look at Alaska, the ships coming from LA Long Beach and San Francisco and Seattle and Vancouver all driving through our backyard, and they present a risk by driving through Alaska waters. Next slide. And so we look at this information, we figured, how do we take all these traffic routes and make sure they are safe? The vessels aren't getting too close to shore. If they break down, we have early notification. So we use this AIS information. And Coast Guard, shipping companies, everyone wants this information. And the more we use it, the more value it is. We can transmit information to vessels on safety and weather conditions, sea conditions. We can also receive information from vessels. So it's a communication system that's text oriented. And it's, so we've built a network. Next slide. And so this is a network we built, a nonprofit maritime organization. We've built 130 AIS receiving stations, and now many of them are now transmitting stations also. We can transmit information back to vessels throughout Alaska. That's up in the Arctic, out in the Aleutian Islands, etc. Next slide. And here's who's using it. Here's all the ships that are transmitting information to it. And then the owner and operators of those vessels and ports and the Coast Guard and the state, even Lloyd's of London, they're all using information to help ensure safe, secure, efficient, environmentally sound maritime operations. Next slide. And so this is, we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 4,800 vessels from around the world enrolled in our system, in the nonprofit, backwards if you can for a second, back slide. And so if you look at vessels over in Africa or in Asia, we have a relationship with them. They know when they come to Alaska, they're going to be monitored in an area of 1.5 million square miles, what we're monitoring 24 hours a day from that operation center, that building you're looking at in Juneau, Alaska. Nonprofit organization. How can we manage an area at large? Through technology. This would be impossible 15 years ago. Today it's very possible. And so we're using and squeezing as much value out of this new technology to better manage shipping activity in Alaska. Next slide. Our colleagues and other marine exchange are also using this information. And what is the risk here? Well, the risk is that we have these huge ships. Some of these ships are 1,200 feet long now, 49 miles of containers, huge engines, and millions of gallons of oil on board. You do not want them crashing on your beach. And so the idea is keep them far enough offshore so if they do break down, we have time to deal with the issue. We get early notification and we act upon that. Next slide. This is what happens. It doesn't happen. In 2005, the Celadon U was a vessel that broke down offshore, coming from Oregon, going to the Far East, well offshore in a storm. The vessel broke down. The captain was hesitant to call for any help because the engineer thought they could fix the problem. By the time they realized they're an extremis, then they called, and the Coast Guard came to their rescue. Too late. The vessel broke in half. As you can see, that's the bow and the stern in two different locations, so that's not normal. And the Coast Guard sent a helicopter to pull the crew off. Unfortunately, the Coast Guard helicopter crashed, and the crew they just rescued off the ship perished at sea. So we had a major oil spill, loss of vessel, loss of cargo, major oil and loss of life. So these are the things we're trying to prevent. This technology is all implemented in an offshore environment to help prevent these type of incidents from happening in the future. Next slide. And so this is the area we're managing, 1.5 million square miles, prescribed distances offshore, and authorized passes that can be vessels can sail in, all risk mitigation oriented. Next slide. And then now we can see from afar, from 1,000 plus miles away, we can see a ship showing it's not under command or reduced speed or too close to shore. And then we contact the vessel. We contact the Coast Guard. We contact the owner-operator wherever they are in the world. We show them where the vessel's in trouble. We show them where other vessels can render assistance. Some cases, the Coast Guard will sell a helicopter out there with parts that need to fix the vessel. Other times, they'll send a Coast Guard vessel out to the scene to provide assistance. But in reality, we have early information, and early information allows us to take action. Next slide. And so really what we're doing is we're taking the emerging technologies of automatic identification system, and the Internet of Things, and email, and the web, etc., to manage vessels far off beyond the horizon, which we never had the ability to beforehand. Now we can actually engage with those vessels, identify high-risk events, or if they break down, we can engage and start a response earlier than later. So that's kind of how that is how we're applying this automatic identification system to enhance maritime safety. And that's my presentation. Thank you.
All right, and next, John Bencher from Seattle.
Well, good morning. John Bencher, the Executive Director of Marine Exchange of Puget Sound, but also the Chair of the Puget Sound Harbor Safety Committee. And I'm going to just show you a few applications of the AIS data as we use them here in Puget Sound. We have a shared waterway. We share it with our Canadian neighbors. And so all the traffic that comes in through the Strait of Juan de Fuca may be going either to the United States or may be going to Canada. If you go to the next slide, please. One of the ways in which we use this, particularly for the Harbor Safety Committee, in measuring activity that occurs here in the waterway, something that they couldn't do years ago, but we can do now. We can track the traffic that crosses these various passage lines. There are 7 of them shown here on this chart. If you go to the next slide. Here you can see the traffic that's going through the Strait of Juan de Fuca, entering at the west end there. And you can see for the last 7 years, it's been pretty steady. Go to the next slide. And this is traffic that would be going into Canada. So up at the north end there, you can also see that for the most part, the traffic is pretty steady, although you see in the last couple of months, there's a big jump there, a relatively big jump up in cargo vessels. That's the green line. And that's because bulkers have been the one category of vessels that, anyway, in Puget Sound, that seem to be growing in numbers. Next slide. And then this is what's coming down into the United States. Now, keep in mind that the Rosario Strait, which some of you may not be familiar with, but that's the west, or excuse me, the east end or the right side of that chart. Rosario is where the 4 refineries are. So the tanker traffic goes up into Rosario, but traffic going to Seattle or Tacoma crosses that red line. And you can see that that traffic has been declining for years. Next slide. Working with our Canadian counterparts, this is one of the measures that was put into effect a couple of years ago to help protect the southern resident killer whales. That's a noise reduction measure. In this particular case, what I'm demonstrating here is that the vessels are participating in their lateral displacement. They have determined that the southern resident killer whales are feeding on the north side of the Strait of Juan de Fuca along the Vancouver Island coastline. And so they wanted the towing industry to move farther offshore. And you can see from this slide that clearly they have done that. Next slide. The other measure that we do is we watch the Olympic Coast National Marine Sanctuary's area to be avoided. That's the blue line there. The sanctuary is actually bigger than that, but the blue line was the area to be avoided was established to keep vessels farther offshore so that if they do have a problem, there is time to address it either on board or with a tug assist that has time to get there. Currently, there's a dedicated tug sitting in Nia Bay, which is the northwest point of the United States there. Next slide. And this is the last one I'll bring to your attention. This is a project that the Transport Canada, working with the Haida Nation of Haida Gwe. Some of you may know it as the Queen Charlotte Islands, but it's Haida Gwe. And they wanted to keep the traffic farther offshore so that there would be more time to respond to a vessel that may have had difficulties. And in fact, it's all based on a case called the Simishur, in which a vessel almost ran aground on the west coast of Haida Gwe when it lost propulsion 10 miles offshore and drifted within 5 miles before Canadian Coast Guard cutter was able to take it in tow and pull it further offshore until a tug could get there to help it. But you can see the blue targets there indicate where the tugs are. So you can see why the Haida Nation is concerned about the west coast of their island. And that's the end of my presentation.
So thank you very much, and I invite the audience for any questions that you may have, and I'll read them. But to the panel, what challenges are you facing? So just came in the chat. Anyone want to take that one?
No, nobody does. No.
We've seen that we're in a dense urban environment in New York, New Jersey. And as a result, there's very heavy traffic. There are very highly utilized coastal water developments. And we have a very fixed capability for our channels to maneuver these large-scale vessels through the port safely and securely. It's essential that we get the accurate data. Started putting 18,000 TEU ships. As I said, these are some of the largest in the world. And to keep them safe, we have to be a very, very precise indication of our dynamic environment. We need to know how high the water levels are, because if it rains upstate New York, we get a freshet that comes down. But what the problem with that, it not just raises the water level, but it introduces more fresh water into the system, so the vessel sinks lower. We have to understand squat, because that's when vessels move through water, they sink down in the water a little bit, and then they suck water behind. So the impacts on the environment and the ability to operate safely and efficiently in this area is very dependent on very precise measurement and access to information. And that's why I say it's essential we get the data, but that it's in a usable format and that it's easy to get to and to use. So, as we get more and more vessel traffic and the vessels get larger, it becomes a much more congested neighborhood, and it's much more essential that we all operate safely. So the tech is really important to us right now.
So, Ed Page, I think that it's interesting. You're going to have a different take on this with your geography.
Yeah, can I just add that I think this idea of getting information delivered to the ships in a very a way they can digest it and understood. This is this ENAV concept that the International Maritime Organization is wrestling with right now, ensuring that all the vessels have the right technology that can actually receive this information in a useful way, ergonomically presented in a cerebral context, ergonomically, so they can digest this information, not be overwhelmed with information. So ENAV is a way of displaying that not to a different screen or a different computer, but on an integrated display system, electronic display information system. And so that's the trick, is taking advantage of the technology. It's out there. We can send this information or receive information. We can communicate with vessels. We have to have everyone have that technology and have standards accepted so they're built and they take advantage of all this information we're providing to them, and it's presented in a way they can digest it and take action on it.
So, Ed Page, can I follow up? Because you've done some innovative stuff transmitting with your AIS units to give local current conditions as opposed to 100 miles away.
Exactly. I mean, again, we're trying to squeeze as much advantage of AIS as we possibly can. So what we're doing now is building tidal current sensors and wind sensors, and which are then transmitted via AIS to vessels like cruise ships. Cruise ships are huge, and the sail area on them is phenomenal. So understanding how much wind and how much current they're dealing with, taking a 1,000, 1,100-foot ship with a huge sail area and bringing it up to a dock up in Alaska where it's blowing. They need to understand what those forces are going to be so they can adjust for them and get to the dock safely. So we are disseminating, but that information not beneficial just to cruise ships, is to fishing vessels. They make the determination on go, no go based on real-time information they can see. So I'm not going fishing today. It's not worth dying for. So recreational boaters right to tanker operators and pilot boats and everyone in between have used this information to different levels of granularity and of import. But every vessel actually takes advantage of weather information. You don't go out if it's beyond your capabilities. And if it is an extreme situation, you want to be able to hunker down, batten down the hatches, prepared for heavy seas. So that's what we're doing, is pushing more and more information. Of course, Marine Exchange is all about exchanging maritime information. So Maritime Information Service North America, it's maritime information. So we're taking information that mariners can benefit from and ports can benefit from.
Great, thank you. So there's a question in the chat, what enhancements are you bringing to market? So I'll go first because I think that we have a good one here. But with the vessel traffic service, one of the things that we do here is working with the pilots to try to keep the ships on schedule as much as possible. We have 2 rush hours a day. one in the morning, one in the afternoon. And so we sequence the vessels so they come into this port complex, which is a whole bunch of dead-end alleys on both the Los Angeles side and the Long Beach side. And there's the whole sequence of the pilot going out, tugs, line handlers, longshoremen. So the more we can keep the vessel on schedule, even one of our customers is Customs and Border Protection. So all of those pieces can keep the vessel on schedule, enhancing their performance, their efficiency, and their commercial venture. So anyone else want to take that question with enhancements?
Kip, I would just echo what you said. In Puget Sound, that's exactly what we do for the industry here. Just make them more efficient.
Great. So if you were going to invest your next dollar in either, oh, here's a question in the chat. Why don't we go there? Are you also trying to engage with academics to help train the next generation?
Yeah, Kip, I'd like to talk to that. All of us are involved in dealing with the newest generations and the new growth. And as an example, we're all involved in our integrated ocean observing systems to provide our maritime industry expertise into that and to mix with academia and other users and stakeholders so we get a common understanding of how to move forward. I think all of us also act as advisories to maritime training schools, to academia. I'm on a marine mammal advisory board. We're dealing with offshore wind people. And I am the vice chair of my local IUS group, as well as HSRP, the Hydrographic Services Review Panel with NOAA. So I'd have to say we're all constantly engaged. And one of our roles is, amongst us, we've got a tremendous amount of accumulated experience, and we're always working with local academia to bring up the new generation of mariners and marine environmental people, as well as just giving our perspective and advice into the larger forums that are out there.
Great.
I might add to that we just moments before I got on this call, I had an hour call with some Coast Guard Academy cadets in their senior year, and they are working with us and trying to understand this technology and how we apply it. So talking about dealing with the next generation, that's clearly the next generation. I left the Academy 48 years ago or something like that, I believe. And so these are people who are getting ready to leave next year. So they're going to take what I've learned and move it much faster, much further, and much more effective, I'm sure, than I am. But they seem sharper than me anyway. So we are clearly between our, and as Ed Kelly mentioned, the OOS, which is the Ocean Observing System, that's very much tied into the universities and students. So that's another program where the new generation is taking its technology and running with it even faster than we have.
Sure. So 1 minute to go. Thank you. I'll give our example to working with academia. Scripps down University of California, San Diego is the partner that I mentioned with the buoys, but I'm also on an advisory panel to the Aquarium of the Pacific, which is I'm like the only person not with a PhD from academia. But another example is we've been approached by UCLA about flying drones in the smoke gas behind a ship to make sure that they're using the proper fuel. And there was a spin-off to that where actually the Port of Los Angeles was the demonstration. And it's amazing what you could do these days with a drone from the standpoint of security, where it used to be done with police officers and helicopters. So with 20 seconds to go, I would like to thank the panel so much for your time. Thank everyone on the screen today for watching. If you want to follow up with any of us, please, we'd love to either answer directly or through a colleague also in MISNA. So with that, be safe, be well, and happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
All right. Hi, good afternoon from Coast Guard Island here in Alameda, California. Before I introduce the panel members, I want to welcome the virtual participants to this year's BlueTech Week on Maritime Domain Awareness. My name is Captain Joe Bozzella, and I'm the 11th Coast Guard District Chief of Staff. So my office oversees Coast Guard operations in the states of California, Utah, Nevada, and Arizona, and waters from the California and Oregon border south to Peru and west to halfway between California and Hawaii. We're heavily involved as we speak today in East Pac operations off of Central America and South America. Following the tragic events of 9/11, the Coast Guard revamped its operations to regularly utilize and incorporate intelligence. And this has enabled the Coast Guard to be more effective and efficient in our mission execution. And before serving in my current role, I was a commander of Coast Guard Sector San Diego. And there I saw the need for a day-to-day, and this is the key word, persistent maritime domain surveillance in that area, especially on the maritime border, and how that was a critical need to carry out our operations with the daily smuggling events that were occurring on the U.S.-Mexico border, both day and night in different fashions. At Sector San Diego, I led initiatives to bolster unity of effort among the federal, state, and local agencies responsible for maritime safety and security, and we frequently consulted with academic institutions and met with industry to understand how we could improve our operational effectiveness. And so I'm looking forward to hearing from our panel on how technology collaboration amongst government, industry, and academia can improve the safety and security of the public in the maritime environment. And it's an honor to facilitate this panel today. So first, we'll start with Mark Gunderson from Marine Advanced Robotics. Mark, if you can introduce yourself, and we're looking forward to your presentation on the wave-adapted modular vessel WAM-V. Mark.
Great. Thank you, Captain. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to the audience around the world. I'd like to talk about our company and the things we are doing that address maritime domain awareness. Just real quick on this first slide, we actually manufacture the surface vessel you see there, and we really see ourselves as a sensor platform. So whether you're putting multi-beam sonar in the water, underwater robots, aerial robots, any kind of sensor that you're putting out to increase maritime domain awareness, that's really kind of our sweet spot. Next slide. So our company is a San Francisco Bay Area based company. As I said, a marine robotics company. We manufacture and sell and also provide service. Our patented technology is called WAM-V, which stands for Wave Adaptive Modular Vessel. And we also manufacture the hardware and associated control systems that go with it. Next slide, please. A little bit about the technology itself. Next slide, please. A little bit about the technology itself and some of the advantages to the WAM-V design. I think a good way to think about it is much like an off-road suspension on a truck deals with bumps off-road. That's essentially how we treat waves on the ocean. So with a suspension and articulation system, we're able to vastly reduce the amount of motion, wave-induced motion for the central area, which is what we call our payload area. The modular design allows us to quickly swap out parts, change out payload configurations, change out engine pods. Let's say you wanted to go from, a large diameter, very efficient propeller to a jet, so you could do shallow water ops. You could do that with the same vessel by swapping out the engine pod. You can also quickly and easily take the WAM-Vs apart and box them, put them in boxes like the picture you see on the top right is for a 16-foot variant. It's a standard ULD size 11 box, so that ships anywhere in the world by air cargo, all the way up to our 33 to 44-foot variants that you can fold and fit into a 40-foot container. It's a scalable technology. We build them anywhere from 2.5 meters up to the largest to date was a 30-meter variant, and we have designs for a 40-meter variant for a customer for doing some far offshore work. Talked about the stabilized platform. Also want to touch real briefly on the hydrodynamic efficiency of the hulls. It's a long, slender hull, catamaran configuration. So at the end of the day, it takes a lot less energy to push WAM-Vs through the water than a lot of other hull forms. Next slide, please. So when we're talking about maritime domain awareness, especially from unmanned, uncrewed platforms, whether it's surface, underwater, or in the air, you need to get that information to the end user, right? And one of the demonstrations we recently did with another company called Overwatch Aero was combating IUU phishing. So in that scenario, you want to be able to take this information that you're collecting and pass it on to law enforcement so they can take appropriate action. And in this picture, you see basically how we're disseminating that information. You can imagine what you see as the GCS, the ground control station, and that demonstration was on land, but that could just as easily be on a ship somewhere, whether it's a Coast Guard cutter offshore, a Navy asset, or a commercial client who's trying to get information on what's going on around them. It's a similar way of passing the information. Next slide, please. So on this one, this is actually a video taken from the demo we did last month for, again, combating IUU phishing. I want to bring this one up because this is actually a interface that was beamed to the audience in that demonstration in near real time. So as we were conducting the demonstration, they were able to follow along. Could you please start the video? So this kind of just gives you an idea of essentially situational awareness you have at this location where the WAM-V was doing a predetermined route, doing actually a hydrographic survey as a secondary mission, but then also patrolling this area. This is at the Dana Point State Marine Conservation Area. And this is the image. These are the images you're actually seeing from the aircraft. So this aircraft has 16 to 24-hour endurance, and you're able to zoom in and see a spear fisherman coming out of the water and handing up their spear gun. You're getting, good enough resolution to see somebody actually fishing. You can see the poles in the water. You can switch between IR and EO so that you can locate objects on the water and then quickly zoom in and see what they're doing. And then also, something we were really looking for in this demonstration was being able to look at commercial activities within a marine protected area, right? And see what they were doing, get registration numbers, and really see up close exactly what's going on the deck of the vessel. Next slide, please. So I talked a little bit in the beginning about this multi-domain aspect to the WAM-V. Like I said, we've launched ROVs from the WAM-V. We've launched aerial vehicles from the WAM-V. And it really gives you this below water, at the surface, and above water intelligence, right? When you're out there doing these missions and you're trying to figure out what's going on. So the pictures on the right were for a demonstration we did at Nav Base San Diego, where we were essentially, where we launched an aerial vehicle and an underwater vehicle for a port security application. Bottom left is an AUV launch and recovery from Team Tau, who competed in the X Prize, the Shell Ocean Discovery X Prize. They actually won the Moonshot Award for their approach. Next slide, please. And that one had to do with deep ocean mapping. Another case study is a force multiplier role. Again, this is when you're thinking about collecting information, having a good understanding of the environment around you. You start thinking about actually putting unmanned assets teamed up with crewed vessels, right? Whether it's for commercial applications, military, Coast Guard. There are a lot of applications where you want to get as much information as you can in the environment around you. So in this role, this was actually for a NOAA hydrographic survey project where the crewed vessel and the two WAM-Vs were all collecting multi-beam sonar data and bringing that together in real time on the sonar acquisition software. If we can go to the next slide, it's a short video about that. But I want you to really think about this from a maritime domain awareness perspective, because obviously, the sensors that are on board the WAM-Vs can be a whole multitude of different things to improve, situational awareness as you're out there collecting information and trying to understand the environment around you. And this information can, of course, be beamed back to ships that are out there, to offshore oil platforms. It could be also sent anywhere in the world to organizations that are trying to track and figure out what's going on in the marine environment. Another advantage to the WAM-Vs themselves is the higher sea state performance with sensors. So when you're out there and you're trying to collect the data you need to get, you don't want to be limited in the platform you have out there. So that's another instance of where the WAM-V really shines, is being able to collect high quality data in those kind of conditions. Next slide.
stations, be advised, we have an intruder vessel inbound.
Sending the WAM-Vs to engage. WAM-Vs are engaging. They're about 100 meters out from the target.
In a real-world scenario, a swarm could be equipped to provide situational awareness or, if necessary, to interdict the target.
Target is turned and the WAM-Vs are tracking it. You should start to surround it now. The WAM-Vs have surrounded the intruder vessel. Intruder's leaving. I'm sending the WAM-Vs back to the line.
So, that administration was obviously for high value asset protection. And one of the key things there is to really understand what's going on with a vessel that's approaching an area there where you don't want that vessel to be, right? And getting out there quickly and understanding what's on the vessel, trying to establish some sort of intent and to put eyes on it so that people back on the ship or in other location can make some decisions on how best to respond. Next slide, please. So, again, as we were talking about this and we start thinking about some of the advantages to uncrewed maritime systems, we talk about leveraging existing crewed assets with uncrewed. You obviously have a vast amount of increase in the amount of data collected. One of the things we pride ourselves on is being able to do that without increasing by a large margin the number of people you need. So in the hydrographic survey example, we did that survey without increasing the number of personnel that would normally be on the crewed vessel. Of course, some of the considerations are data management and distilling that information, or distilling the data and then to actionable information and getting that to the folks that need to see it, right? And that needs to be oftentimes in as near real time as possible. And then, of course, there comes along with it some additional training as well for the folks that are managing those assets. Next slide. Well, thank you all very much. That concludes my talk.
Hold questions till the end. In the interest of time, we're gonna move on to Phil Migden from Swift Engineering. Phil, over to you. All right. All right, we'll head over to our third guest and panelist, Josh Wells from Planck Aerosystems. Over to you, Josh.
All right, thanks, Captain. And just a quick comm check on my side. Everybody hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
All right. Good. All right, well, thanks again, Captain, for hosting the panel, and thanks for everybody attending a very unique, we'll say, BlueTech week this year. So today I wanted to talk about a project that Planck has been working on for several months now, really related to maritime domain awareness and sort of one key part of maritime domain awareness, which is safety of life at sea. So I guess a little bit of background on Planck. We are based here in San Diego, so I'm sitting here in San Diego in the office. We've been around for about 6 years and really focused on solving the problems of safely, reliably, and autonomously deploying small UAS from moving platforms. So that's primarily vessels in the offshore space, and then also moving vehicles in the terrestrial space. Today, I wanted to talk specifically about an effort that we've been underway on for, like I said, several months in the UK with some UK end users focused on very simple automated man overboard response. So next slide, please. Okay, so the impetus behind this is essentially increasing the efficacy of man overboard response for large vessels at sea. So at the end of the day, the sort of desired end state of this is to have, you think about the Staples easy button, right? Big red button that somebody sees somebody go overboard off the side of a vessel, that you can hit the big red easy button, the aircraft launches and goes into a pre-planned mission to find and save that person. So Planck, our sort of core focus is almost entirely on software. So in this case, we're working with a UK aircraft manufacturer. It's a very mature, widely deployed aircraft, carries about 30 kilograms. It's about 80 kilograms all up. And the reason for that sort of size of aircraft, number one, it has to carry a life raft. And number two, it has to deal with some pretty severe sea state and wind conditions, obviously, that would lead to a man overboard in a real operational scenario. So to accomplish that push button, big red easy button response, there's a couple pieces that Planck brought to the table. The first is obviously you have to automatically launch from the vessel. The aircraft has a preloaded mission, and that's based on vessel track history, which I'll get into here in a second. And then we also have an automatic human detection system running on board the aircraft in a single consolidated payload, along with high resolution electro-optic and IR sensors. And then sort of the next step after that, after we detect the person, aircraft has the ability to do station keeping and relative offset based on wind conditions to allow it to deploy a raft safely to the person without being directly overhead. And then ultimately, we want to get this aircraft back. So at the completion of raft deployment, the aircraft automatically returns to and lands and shuts down on the vessel. Okay, next slide. As far as how we execute the search, this is actually based on IMSAR search methodology, but it's basically an immediate wake search. So the aircraft sitting on the deck is always powered on. It's powered from an external power source from vessel power, and we're recording what we call breadcrumbs. So this is every 30 seconds we take a snapshot of ship position, course, and speed, and we use that to basically preload a flight plan onto the aircraft based on the track history of the vessel, and that's actually configurable by the user how far back that track we want to go. Generally, it's a 20 to 30 minute breadcrumb trail back behind the ship. And then as those breadcrumbs are built, they're uploaded to the aircraft essentially on the press of that big red button. All right, next slide. As far as how we execute that search and how we optimize it, anybody who's done search and rescue from an airborne asset knows that there's a lot of variables that go into that. So we actually have basically two options implemented at this point. One for higher probability detection, one for lower probability detection, and that's user configurable, and that will drive your sweep width and your probability detection. And ultimately, this is driven by estimated time late of how long ago that person fell overboard. And these are continuing to be refined. Ultimately, we're finding that unmanned search and rescue has some slight differences from manned search and rescue in terms of detection and sensor performance versus a human operator. All right, next slide. So this is the user interface. So we have the big red button for for launching the aircraft, but then beyond that we have to visualize the data. So what you see here on the right is the series of breadcrumbs. So this is during what we're calling land-based trials. This whole system is currently in trials in the UK. The land-based trials were conducted in a nearshore lake, and you see there. So over the course of about 20 minutes, we generated, I think there's 51 discrete waypoints in there that actually track the vessel's path as it transited, through this lake. So the aircraft will take off and actually fly from most recent to most distant that track history upon initiation of the mission. Other thing that we give the user, you can see the range rings there. Those are actually those are centered on the vessel and move with the vessel so that you have a constant understanding of bearing and range of the aircraft from the vessel. All right, next slide. Okay, for detection, we have like I said, we have a multi-sensor payload here, both EO and IR. Both of those are running some amount of, loosely termed AI functionality. So these are object detection algorithms. The primary is in EO. So this is a neural network-based, deep learning-based approach trained on a pretty diverse data set that we got both from other partners in industry here in the US, a couple of government agencies, and then open source data sets. And then ultimately we built our own data set as well. So actually that picture you see in the top right is me in the water right here off of San Diego. And so we did about 2 weeks of data collect and training of the algorithms for human detection on real live targets, myself included. The other way that we're doing human detection for either low visibility or nighttime is in IR, which it's much lower resolution sensor. So we have a different strategy there, which is basically blob detection. And in both cases, we're able to ascertain latitude and longitude from those detections, and that's fed back to the user as well as fed into the aircraft control system for station keeping over the person in the water. All right, next slide. All right, and then ultimately, the end state of this aircraft isn't just out there to find people; it's out there to save people. So the user is able to select an offset relative to the person. It's generally an upwind offset. So basically, the user sees the person. They confirm that that is the object of interest that they want to engage with. Once they command the raft drop, the UAS actually has a series of actions that it undertakes. It closes the distance from that offset point to the person in the water. It descends to it's currently 8 meters over the water for the raft drop, and then it drops the raft along with the trail line, and then immediately climbs back up and reassumes that offset. So very similar to what's done in manned search and rescue in terms of keeping the aircraft away from the survivor in the water. And so here in this picture, you see the raft actually being released from the aircraft. Again, that's about an 8-meter drop, and this is an auto-inflate sort of standard COTS life raft that hits the water, inflates, and has a trail line so that the person in the water can grab onto that. And then ultimately, like I said, we want to get this aircraft back. So at the completion of that, user can either keep the aircraft on station or single button, we call it RTB, return to boat. The aircraft will ascend above the highest obstacle on the vessel, return to the vessel, and recover automatically on the vessel. All right, so with that, I'm out of time, so I will cede my time to the panel. Thanks.
All right. Hey, thanks, Josh. All right, let's head over to Mark. I'm sorry, Phil Mengden from Swift Engineering. Phil, can you hear me? All right, over to you. Okay. Well, I can tee off a question. So as all of you know, the maritime environment is a dynamic and challenging area to operate in, and I've been operating in that environment as a career for over 30 years, and we experience quickly shifting weather systems, salt water, corrosion, and the sheer scale of the environment makes it difficult for sustained presence of technology. And from my experience at San Diego, issues with congested airspaces and frequent, marine layers rolling in unexpectedly present a challenge for unmanned systems. What features of your systems would enable them to operate in these environments? And for example, with UAS, especially in the San Diego area, high traffic areas where see and avoid is essential for aircraft. What systems are in place to help keep that area safe, both in the air and then also with the WAM-V on the surface side? And I'll just I'll go over to Josh first to answer.
Hi. I think we have Phil. I did hear your audio.
Perfect.
All right, yeah, you're good.
All right, why don't we hold on that question, and we'll let Phil Mingdon from Swift Engineering go. Over to you, Phil.
Hey, third time's a charm, everybody. So welcome. Thank you all for hearing me on this panel and allowing me to be here. So I work as the BD and technical sales manager here at Swift Engineering as well as Swift Tactical Systems. We became a subsidiary of Swift Engineering about in 2019, but we actually kicked us off here in 2020 when we got our first contract, which is an international contract I'll talk about a little bit later. So next slide. A little bit of history about Swift. We've actually been around since 1987, and we are a strategically small company. So what that means is we are trying to remain small, agile, quick, custom. We've been built, you'll see in our history a little bit, from a foundation of design, analysis, test, and fabrication, and then overall also doing services for people. So you'll see that later. From there, we also have spun out different subsidiaries, and each one do different things for different reasons. So I'll expand a little bit more, but right now our two main ones are Swift XI, which is a joint venture in Japan, and Swift Tactical Systems, which is our subsidiary here down in the US. Next slide. So what I was meaning from 1987 is we actually started off as a Formula race car company. So, lightweight structures, really, really stringent requirements, building 40 race cars exactly the same, the entire race car, not just one part of it. And from there, we expanded after about 27 years over to in the 2000 era to aerospace and doing composite manufacturing for a lot of the major OEMs. We actually did our first, in 200 days, we did a paper napkin sketch idea and took that over to an experimental first flight certification, which was put us on the top of the Popular Science magazine back in 2007. However, we also did unmanned systems back in 2000 internally. So we have an IRAD department, and we also do design and manufacturing and analysis for other people's programs as well. So that first aircraft down there is the Killer B, or now the Northrop Grumman Bat. So we sold that in 2009 to Northrop Grumman. And since then, we've been trying to figure out unique ways to make different aircraft more easier for the operator, easier to use, which led us in 2014 to one of our VTOLs that we're still working on and hit production actually last year, and is part of that sale that I mentioned earlier. We've done things like build unmanned submarines, so the big Orca 50-foot unmanned submarine right now that the Navy is very familiar with. We also are partnered with Boeing and Sikorsky on the JMR Defiant helicopter, where we built the first prototype there, and we're partnered with Sikorsky on the FARA program to build 3 prototypes on that program. So we're about 120 people, but we've done a lot of these things, which gives our engineers a lot of expertise. We've even gotten into robotics with NASA under an SBIR and delivered telepresence controlled robotic arms. And we've done AI solutions with VR and AR headset controls in the background that can be integrated to any of our products. From there, you see our tactical UAVs on the right-hand side. Those are the things that Swift Tactical ends up taking as products. But interesting enough, actually talking to some of the people on these panels, the WAM-V and Planck, we are also interested in other people's products. You'll see that down the road. One of the things I did mention here, we were talking about it earlier for persistent ISR, is our aircraft on the right-hand side, the Swift High Altitude Long Endurance. I don't have many slides on that, but that's a 30-day persistent ISR aircraft. It weighs 172 pounds, but it flies at 60,000 feet for 30 days. So we did that with NASA SBIR, and we just signed a new Force Service and NASA contract, and that's to do exactly what the Lieutenant Commander was saying was persistent ISR activities. All right, next slide. This gives you an idea of what our current products are. So our contract we talked about was selling to an international customer. We are doing 55 product sales that range between about 5 different aircraft configurations. Most of that is what you see here. The Swift Griffin, which is a 2-hour VTOL configuration that expanded from our 2014 development. We have a Nest Hex, which is basically the quad UAV in a box solution. We have a Falcon quad also that is separate from the actual box. We've also done a blimp. So we've actually put these out in the harbors of areas, which basically gives you almost 24/7 surveillance because it's a blimp, less maintenance, no motors, no replacement parts and rotor blades. Very simple solution. We also, like I said, partner with Deep Trekker, which does an underwater UUV. And then the Swift gas powered 12 LE is what we're calling the Acceptor now, which is a, just like it says, a 12-hour endurance UAV that we launch from land and do maritime activities with our Navy customer there. So that gives you an idea of what our current programs are. But on top of that, and what we come to a solution for is kind of a systems of systems approach. So just instead of providing hardware, we also provide services, training, MRO activities. And I'll get into that a little bit more in my next slide. So everything we are attacking, we're not attacking one solution, we're attacking all of the solutions together. So with a systems of systems approach, I want to know what are all your problems. So we're working with 5 different agencies in this contract: the military, the police, the harbor, immigration, and their standard applications for doing agricultural and raising their exports and imports. So next slide on this one, I think going over that. What we did is, this is about 2.5 weeks. It shows you all the different things we did. So we went there, we investigated hurricane disaster relief, emergency response activities. On the middle picture there, we actually had a fire breakout while the team was sleeping after doing a 12-hour ISR activity. And we went and did real-time monitoring of that fire there. We've done, obviously you can see different hurricane relief activities. On the bottom right is a oil spill after the hurricane hit. It spilled oil. We had to go monitor, see how we could best clean that up. And of course, we're doing military activities on maritime and ISR on all the islands that are out there and illegal immigrants and things like that. Next, please. We've also done things that change over time. We talked about persistent ISR. So looking at harbors or large areas and seeing what is the change, what's happening, what's going on. You can do that on construction sites. You can do that on oil rigs. You can do that on harbors. You can do that all around. Next slide. When I mentioned we don't only just sell hardware, what I was talking about is the UAS Academy. So we're actually setting up a center of excellence where we're going to take the international customer we are and not only provide that to them, but we're going to help them do mission operations for a year while training their personnel and slowly rotating that out so they take over those operations. And we're also going to set up MRO activities. We will be doing those ourselves, but then also training their people to help set up their own organizations to do that as well. And then we're also, of course, just training their different people in the different aspects. So we have a training system from beginner to expert level pilots, depending on which aircrafts you want or can fly, whether that's a quad or, the 12-hour endurance aircraft or even the 30-day endurance aircraft. Although that one's, a little bit right now, whether or not that's going to be handed off to anybody or whether we do just COCO activities. Next, please. Interesting enough, we actually have done a lot of stuff with sensors and maritime activities also. We had a SBIR with NOAA where we've created a kind of citizen scientist buoy, which has about 9 different sensors in it, but costs less than about $2,500. And so you can go throw this in the ocean and you can autonomously get data through Wi-Fi, Bluetooth up to your phone. We've taken that and expanded it to actually include SATCOM type activities. So you can actually get data a little bit easier and farther out into the ocean versus just right on the coastline or at your pier. We're actually deploying those in 4 different locations in December, all across kind of California area and the coastlines there. And we've also done things with AI solutions, which is monitoring coral reefs for long periods of time and then helping predict whether or not they're going south or actually benefiting from things that are changing over time in those areas. Next slide. We've also inputted in the Bahamas plastic shredders. So plastic shredders to clean the ocean. We inputted a team down there that actually had a plastic kiln as well. So when you shredded the plastic, you could then melt the plastic and then turn it into bricks or flower pots or trash cans and almost create microeconomies or useful things out of those plastics. And we actually train them what good plastics are versus not, and what you can or cannot melt. Next. This is in Japan. I'm going to go quickly through this. Again, same thing, search and rescue. The seawall, I have a next slide on ISR activities. Next slide. I know I'm running out of time. So this is the seawall. This is the main thing right here. Basically, we have flown throughout the entire seawall, which is about 40% of the Japan's 22,000 mile coastline. And basically what we can do is we can overlay that. So what's shifting, what's not, what is actually protecting their areas, and what needs to go in and be fixed or not. So from this perspective, I think this is my last slide, yes. The idea, and again, of what I'm trying to input is that Swift is partnering with not only Swift Engineering, or Swift Actals, not only partnering with Swift Engineering, but people like Planck and marine robotics for taking an entire system of system solutions and attacking multiple areas versus just one thing across the board. I think that wraps up my stuff.
All right, thank you. I know we're down to, I think, 2 minutes, and so we'll start.
My apologies. Okay, good.
Okay, great, perfect. So we'll go. I'll tee off with a question I asked earlier, and so back to congested airspaces and frequent marine layers. What sensors will be available to address those challenges that we see, especially we aviators see when we're flying?
Yeah, sure. So I guess at a basic level, the core of what Planck does is operating UAS around the vessel. So launch, recovery, and relative navigation around the vessel. We do that in a variety of different spectra of cameras. So it's all vision-based systems, but we do that, with standard EO cameras, and then getting into the IR spectrum as well. So our sort of visibility, ceiling visibility limitation for operation to and from a vessel is about 8 feet. So we need 8 feet vertical visibility to operate off of a vessel successfully. The bigger challenge that's sort of secondary to that is how to actually get useful data off of an aircraft when the weather's that bad. So, oftentimes we find that our ability to operate is actually, our threshold of operation is much lower than the threshold for sort of useful data acquisition. So I think that's sort of first and foremost. And then from an airspace standpoint, we have a partner company that we work with who does ground control software, and they actually have, with connectivity, you have the ability to view airspace data in real time and actually file NOTAMs, TFRs, see when warning areas get activated, things like that. And you can actually, with ADS-B, you can see traffic in real time, and we've actually done integration of small ADS-B receivers, but where we're at, sort of state of play with the FAA right now, is ADS-Bs are not intended for use on small UAS because of the sort of proliferation of small UAS, and they don't want to overload the system. So that's sort of long answer to a short question.
No, thanks, Josh. I don't see a question on the screen. If you want to read it, go ahead. Oh, there it is. Okay, so we have a question. With the increase of vessels in the ocean, both above and below water, providing MDA, are there traffic control issues? So why don't we head up? How about Mark?
Yeah. So again, for that, I mean, we're really talking about areas where you traditionally see more traffic anyway, right? So the near coast environment, where you're dealing with, whether it's unmanned assets, recreational and commercial, right? So there are, but that's regardless of whether it's manned or crewed or uncrewed. That's just something we have to deal with in those high traffic areas. And so, of course, you need a systems that can handle that, whether it's from an autonomous standpoint or a human in the loop standpoint. You need to be able to have the information to act upon, right? Whether that's radar, AIS, or cameras.
Right, and Mark, I have a question. So, what's your loiter time with WAM-V? How long can you stay on station or remain at sea?
So it really depends on the size. So for the 100-foot variant, for example, had a 5,000 nautical mile range, and then of course down to the 8-footer or the 2.5-meter variant, you're talking about 4 to 6 hour ops for that one. So it really depends on the size of the WAM-V as to what that on time station, that loiter time could be. And then of course when we're getting into an actual loiter, a good example is the 16-foot variant. That one, it takes very little to move it at a slow speed, a couple of knots. You're talking about probably 50 or 60 watts total to move it around. So if you're trying to stay on station for a long time, you can actually achieve that with even smaller ones.
Right. And Phil, you said, I think if I heard you correct, you said you have the capability of 30 days at 60,000 feet.
Yeah, so I was going to mention, the nice thing about the Hale aircraft that we developed with NASA was it was actually designed for 30 different mission sets. And so one of those mission sets was traffic management, and how do we do that from a higher level and get it through the entire layer. And so what we ended up doing with them is we are now looking at a SAR payload that we've partnered with someone actually out of the Navy S&T group, to potentially do a demonstration of that payload on there to help with the traffic management and comm relay system versus the camera system that NOAA wants for environmental observations. And what we've been also doing is the 12-hour gas powered sensor. You have to launch that either from a very large ship or from ground base. What we can do is we can help communicate through the comm relay system down to that the lower level area of about that 5,000 to 10,000 foot layer as well, and help integrate to there. Because in the area that our customers are in, we're very concerned because there's a lot of islands and there's a lot of wealthy people that live in those islands who want to actually fly a lot of their planes in very low areas. So having more traffic management understanding of areas that are getting reported with actual flights that are good with the FAA versus are not is a very big clearer picture our customer wants.
All right. Do we have time for one more question? We'll go. All right. Are there issues? Here's another question. Are there issues with exporting your products? And I'll let one of you just.
I can take that one. I think we're probably all in the same boat here, which is, core product vehicles, not so much, but almost always when you start talking sensors and payloads, you start getting into export control. So, for us, EO cameras are generally fair game. IR cameras greater than 9 hertz are a no-go without authorization. So, and then anything, I guess, certain comm systems and then sensor payloads are usually the problem area there.
Batteries.
Depending
on what type. Yeah.
Right. Mark, anything to add on that?
No, it's a similar thing. It's really the base vessel. I think we're operating in now 10 countries. The base vessel, control system, all that, no issue. It just depends on which sensors go on. So some of the sensors have, more restrictions than others.
Yeah. All right, here's another question. Does U.S. military have issue with U.S. companies providing solutions overseas? Mark?
I can take that one. I would say, I think the pendulum has swung with DIU, AFWERX, DHS S&T to actually looking for commercially viable tech, dual-use tech, and overseas markets are fair game as much as U.S. markets. So I think there's been a cultural shift in DoD and federal agencies to use tech that is also viable in commercial industry.
All right. Any additions?
I would say that, in some instances, the U.S. military has been part of our product ending up in other locations. So yeah, we haven't seen it be an issue.
All right. All right. Are you hiring? What skills are needed? Anyone?
Yes,
Phil?
we are.
Mark?
Marine robotics,
Pilots,
I mean,
operators, engineers, software developers.
yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, send me your resume.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're out of time. So, hey, I want to say thanks to for all of you in presenting your innovative and what I consider exciting ideas on MDA, something that's near and dear to our Coast Guard and we Coasties. And I want to thank our panelists for participating, and I look forward to following up with all of you next year at the BlueTech. So, Semper Paratus, always ready. Have a good day.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, thanks.